We're going to try to give her a call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Step out with this.
2412.
Veteran crisis hotline's calling in, so they have a female veteran off her medication. She's at work to Safe Haven. You're checking 12, we'll check that one out.
6 Rumble, 2 point start, take your shots.
Officer still stands for talk? No.
Offender in custody?
Anyone else close? My customer's not let me know. Veterans off her medication. She's at work to Safe Haven. You're checking 12, we'll check that one out.
What's up? Come on, StreamYard. There we go. Oh, and then I got that on there. 1 second. Poof! There we go. What's up, everybody? Whoa, it looks like there was like a water tower back there for a second. See, it's like a water tower. What's up, everybody? Thank you for hopping in. Another last minute live. Appreciate you. We're just going to hang out tonight and go through a lot of the stuff that you guys have sent. We're going to go through some of that, your emails, your Discords, your links, your information, all of that. And got something interesting to show you here in the beginning. Shout out Caddy, appreciate you, but we'll get to that in a second. I think a motorcycle's coming. Maybe not. Okay. Katrina, ticket 1. Kid Kitty, ticket 2. Thank you. Good evening. Appreciate you. Yoli, what's up? Katrina? It was a funny ass show, that's for sure. What's up, Joanne? We missed you too. Tanel, number 7. Thank you. Nishi Girl, what's up? Nina Kelly, ticket 11. We'll be sharing one of her links too. Kim O, ticket 8. Thank you very much. Good to see you as well. New icon photo there. Look at that hair. And what is that? Like a, what do they call them Hawaiian things? I forgot. What is that? What is that called? I can't think of it. I don't know if I could go to Hawaii though. Ooh, that's a lot of water in between. Dandy Patch, ticket 12. If there's anything I fear more than airplanes, it's boats. It's boats. What's up, Nina? Caddy, golden ticket number 5. Thank you. Yoli number 5. Y'all are connected at the Soul tonight. Jen, good evening to you and happy St. Patrick's Day as well. I don't think I'm wearing green. No, I don't have any green on me. Ooh. Haha. Jen, ticket 14. Appreciate you. Jackie, ticket 12. Oh, shit. She'll get a live apology. Jackie's mom, I apologize. She said, what the hell? Jackie, number 13. Whoops. What's good, bobbleheads? Chappy boss, what's up? This pollen ain't no joke. What's up? Oh, snap. Peace to you too. Ticket 15. Thank you. I rewatched it with JLR funny self. I know. Wasn't it crazy? It was more like a JLR documentary, right? Moonlight Rays. Lion's Lair. Does this microphone sound better or worse? Well, I guess it'd be hard to tell because of the outside noise, but it's probably better not to have a microphone in my face, right? Moonlight ticket 23 is just with that microphone. I love it, but you gotta be like talking right into it. Oh yeah, like dropped out of the sky or something. What'd they do? Lose power? What happened there? Look, I was already afraid to fly before all this stuff, and now when I'm seeing all plane wheels falling off, glad I went to Idaho before that because man, I don't know if I could. You add my fear on top, mixed with that. I don't have to wear read my. Ooh, there you go. There you go. Crystal. That was a beautiful picture. Thank you for that picture. What's up, Moonlight Rays? How are you? Sounds good from the heat and the pollen. Yeah. Yes, the pollen is crazy, and it was hot yesterday. Woo! It's getting all that footage, man. I got in the car and started driving and felt that wind, and I was like, whoa, hold on, what? Pilot said the controls cut out, but news is saying a hostess pushed a button on the pilot's seat, forcing him into controls. Ooh, something's up. I got an oh shit. Apologies, Jackie's mom. My mom and dad want to know. Uh-oh. No, Jackie, remember? Because what was it when, was it a couple nights ago? Yeah, it was. It was a couple nights ago when we were talking about the breastfeeding and stuff. And you called your mom saying, Mom, did I get breastfed? She's like, what the hell's wrong with you? I was like, my apologies, Jackie's mom. Where I've been? I'm in South Carolina right now. Be heading back soon here, so I'll be doing I did some repairs on the vehicle today, so we'll be doing a live stream on the drive out. So we'll be doing a hangout stream. And I am gonna have my setup to where I'll be able to see all the comments without because StreamYard sucks. So I'm gonna be able to do it where I can actually see the comments on the road. Yeah, so and then I'm already gonna have it pre-planned, so I mean you guys are gonna get a notification. Yeah, I did get more. Yeah, I that was that's what I was doing yesterday. I was what's up, Bumma5? Yesterday I was getting drone footage, new footage. Speaking of crazy shit and not being wanted or welcome there. Some crazy shit happened yesterday. But it was when we go through the footage, I'll go through it with you guys, but it was you could tell it was I went to the cemetery first, and then I went to the other spots, and when I was at the other spots, that's when some really sketchy I was very uncomfortable. I'll put it that way. I was very uncomfortable. Yeah. What's up, Yvette? How you doing? But I went there and I got new footage, new photos, drone footage. I am going to be going back down there. Probably in a month or two. I'm going to go back down there and I'm going to get even more. There's more things that I wanted to do, but it was already late enough. So I didn't get completely everything that I wanted to do. So I will be going back down there. Unfortunately, this is the shitty part. Unfortunately, when I was down there, guess what? Didn't have a fucking signal. So even as much as I like to promote T-Mobile, being able to have coverage wherever, especially when it came to Idaho and Pullman and everybody talking about how they couldn't get cell phone coverage, and I didn't have a fucking problem. I was like, shit, T-Mobile. If you ain't got a connection, T-Mobile. Yeah, well, I went down there, and guess what? About 20 minutes out, same thing. Cell phone cut out, so I was literally because I didn't realize that the laws had changed. I was down there without my weapon and without cell phone signal. So yeah, it was pretty. But I was there until I could be there, and then it was already from. Geez, it was. I think it was 10 o'clock in the morning. Took off and got back about 8. So it was a 10-hour day already. So I do plan on getting more coming up here soon. So unfortunately, though, I won't be able to go live unless I get like some kind of fucking Starlink or something, because I don't even know. Like, I didn't even have, this is what's crazy, I didn't even have enough service, not even a sliver of service to even pull up Google Maps fucking location on how to get wherever. It was that's how bad it was. So I don't know. I have no idea. I never trusted a piece of metal flying in the sky. Whew. I'm telling you, I do not like a boat or a plane. Sorry. Yeah. Diana, ticket 32, thank you. But we'll go through that footage here coming up. Once I get back and get back to the studio, I am going to be doing a lot of other shows too, other cases and stuff, because we're going to be also going to be back to daytime shows as well. So we'll be hammering out daytime shows and evening as well. Excellent spot. Yeah, right. Until T-Mobile. Hey, T-Mobile, hook me up with service when I go to Crocketville. In front of the Emerald City. No. It's just a green haze. I was like, ooh, I like that. I really enjoyed your... Oh, thank you, Mama. I appreciate that. Yeah, shout out Myrtle Rattle Mayhem. Sorry for the double sponsor. I will take... Hey, I'm still waiting for this coffee sponsor. I am. I walked... Shh. Yeah, forget that, Silky. Forget that. Boeing staff doing a little boozing at the assembly plant. Something. She might have bumped into it from turbulence or something, right? But dude, what were you doing? How did it drop? Oh, I can't imagine. I saw some of the pictures of people that got injured on the plane. Front of river and check river theft? What? Shh, I wish. I'm going to be checking that out on the ride back too, Tiffany. If I don't get to it tomorrow. I got a couple more things to do tomorrow too. Yeah. My email? It should be up there. Hold on. Oh, for Riley. Yeah, I heard about that credit card thing before I got on. All right, hold on. We're going to do the switcheroo here real quick. And I know. I'll go. It's CJ's Crime Concepts at Gmail. If you want to send me an email. What is it with all these cases, you know? And kids too, right? It's like nonstop. Nonstop. I was talking to somebody yesterday about it. I was like, you know, because I was telling them, I was like, I can't wait to get back to the studio so I can start knocking out these daytime shows also, you know, because I was like, I'm falling behind on these other cases that we're covering, you know, and you know, I need those daytime shows to kind of get through everything. There's a lot of stuff, and so yeah, it's constant. It's just crazy, you know. It's horrible, and it's like, yo, there's so many people out there that are going to sleep crying every night because they don't have the availability, you know, genetic wise to be able to have a child. And you got people fucking doing this shit, you know? It's like, yo, if you want to be selfish, then be selfish and let your child go be with somebody that's going to give it the love that it deserves. Yeah, week 4, right? Yeah. You know, be selfish, and fucking just worry about you and you know what I mean? You don't need to fucking do this shit to these children here. Be selfish, because you already fucking are. Be selfish and go let them go get the love they deserve. Like, you're already selfish, right? To do that shit. So what is the point of not allowing your child to go, you know what I mean? Because you don't want to be selfish? Well, hello? You are. Speaking of Idaho and its influence, I want to say shout out to Caddy. This shit's crazy. Like, I tell you, they come out in a newspaper uh, a couple days ago. They come out in a newspaper. There's this article with the rankings of the safest colleges in the United States, and Idaho comes up number 2. It's like all of this, you know, all the shit that we go through, everybody's just doing so awesome, and they're being highlighted, and they're being, you know, like elevated and all these other things. And then it's even moving into the sports world when it comes to the University of frickin' Idaho, man. And I'm just like, what the fuck, man? I'm sure you guys have seen it, but if you haven't, oh boy, just wait. Give me 1 second. We're gonna show you. Fucking University of Idaho, yo. Rank up. Check this shit out.
And Spokane is preparing to host their first NCAA tournament game since 2016. Those games are already close to selling out, and people are certainly excited. Grem 2's Nathan Hyun tells us about one local university that has the honor and the task of organizing the event.
The honor and the fucking task of organizing. You know, because I mean, Mr. President Green wrote a book. What's up, Skittles? Mr. President Green wrote a book. Am I fading away? I apologize. This isn't even a green screen. It's actually like a bug screen. But I was like, oh shit. Here, hold on. Let me just do this. There you go. Is that better? Would you rather have that? Ooh, hold on. We got a brick wall. Ooh, we got to live it. Even though I don't play piano. We got a bunch of TV screens. What are we going to go with? What about... Ooh, there we go. A little beachy? A little beachy? Let's do a little beachy. How's that? We'll do a little beach scene. Oh, you guys don't get to see the whole thing. See? Now you get to see the whole thing. That's, it's my beach. There we go. I like that. We're going to get back to it. But guess what? Guess who gets to have the honor?
Local university that has the honor and the task of organizing the event.
Fans and businesses are getting ready for the NCAA tournament to take over Spokane. That includes the University of Idaho, who are hosting the games. The wait is almost over.
We are so looking forward to working up in Spokane.
For the University of Idaho, the host school for the first and second rounds of the NCAA tournament held in Spokane. U of I won the right to host after a competitive bidding process in 2020.
We have a whole checklist of everything that you...
They bid. What the fuck is this shit? So it's held in Spokane. It's held in Spokane. But the University of Idaho was in a competitive bid to plan and what? What the fuck? It don't make sense, you guys.
University that has the honor and the task of organizing the event.
Simply Solo.
Fans and businesses are getting ready for the NCAA tournament to take over Spokane. That includes the University of Idaho, who are hosting the games.
Right
the
there,
wait is
Tiffany.
almost over.
We are so looking forward to
Right there.
working up in Spokane.
For the University of Idaho, the host school for the first and second rounds of the NCAA tournament held in Spokane. U of I won the right to host after a competitive bidding process in 2020.
Oh. We're going to go have a cookout, okay? We're going to go have a cookout. We're going to go have the cookout at the Wendy's restaurant, but we're going to hire the McDonald's employees to come cook the food. What? We're going to have a cookout at Wendy's, but we're going to have the McDonald's employees come cook the food. And the McDonald's employees were the ones that bid to make the food for the cookout at Wendy's restaurant. What? One more time.
Local university that has the honor and the task of organizing the event.
Fans and businesses are getting ready for the NCAA tournament to take over Spokane. That includes the University of Idaho, who are hosting the games. The wait is almost over.
We are so looking forward to working up in Spokane.
For the University of Idaho, the host school for the first and second rounds of the NCAA tournament held in Spokane. U of I won the right to host after a competitive bidding process in 2020.
We have a whole checklist of everything that you need to have done or should have done ahead of time.
That's Terry Golick, the University of Idaho athletic director. She says the university is in charge of making sure everything is ready to go, from the court and basketballs to hotels, practice schedules, and more.
We want to knock it out of the park. We want to be the best.
So how many okay. So how many people, right? So how many people from the University of Idaho know Spokane like the back of their hand? The NCAA tournament is no fucking joke. The shit's huge. Is it raining? Oh my god, it is. I'm glad I'm inside. Or under a roof. The NCAA tournament is huge. And you're gonna have somebody from fucking 2-3 hours south come up and plan the logistics of this event? How does that even make sense? How does that even make sense? I don't understand it. And it was a competitive bidding war? Like, why wouldn't you hire somebody from Spokane? Because don't they know the city? Don't they know the city? Oh my gosh. They're so good at scheduling events in crisis. Damn. Next thing you know, Idaho's gonna be doing this shit in fucking Arizona, right?
Host facility or entity that we can.
100 volunteers will also play a part in making the event a success.
I'm just grateful
Volunteers, of course.
that they reached out and
Of
I get
course.
this opportunity again to help them.
Volunteers like Freddie Rico, who volunteered at the NCAA Women's Basketball Tournament held in Spokane in 2022. He's excited to get back.
They call Spokane Hooptown, for a reason. I think this community just embraces basketball.
Rico will be in charge of court supervising and walking players to press conferences. He couldn't pass up the opportunity.
Volunteering gives me an opportunity to kind of give back, but also help the universities. And I mean, how can you go wrong? You get to see some really good basketball.
Golick hopes this year's tournament will lead to more opportunities in the future.
Gives great exposure to our university if you host a great event, and people usually ask you back again and again.
The University of Idaho has already been tasked with
I just think of Mickey Rourke when I see this. Don't you think of like Mickey Rourke? Let me know. Mickey Rourke? What the fuck? I need a background like that with the moon setting over the hills.
Again.
The University of Idaho has already been tasked with hosting the 2025 NCAA Women's Basketball Tournament in Spokane.
Hold on.
Again and again.
The University of Idaho has already been tasked with hosting the 2025 NCAA Women's Basketball Tournament in Spokane. The University of Idaho athletic director says the school will have its logo on the court during the tournament. Golick can't wait for the games to begin.
Wait a minute, it's going to have the University of... What?
The University of Idaho athletic director says the school will have its logo on the court during the tournament. Golick can't wait for the games to begin.
Their logo's going to be on the... Oh, hell no. Wow. How does that make sense? If you guys want the link for this, here you go. Their logo gets to be on the court too. So is that what this is all about? It's about having your logo on the court. Don't you think everybody knows the fucking University of Idaho by now? I'm just it's about having a logo on the court, and that was a competitive. Who else was University of Phoenix Online was competing with the University of Idaho? Is that who was? Oh my gosh, I can hear the awards now. I can hear the awards now. They did a great job coordinating and handling the event, even though they were 2 or 3 hours from south. They had no idea, and they took control and they took initiative, and man, they did a hell of a job. One of the best jobs ever, and we're gonna have them come back next year and do it again. I can imagine the fucking watch. There's gonna be some kind of awards for their own faculty coming out of this, and then they're gonna fucking use that to get another $15,000 on the salary. The hell was that? If you guys missed the episode with Murder Metal Mayhem, here is the link for that if you want to check it out. It was a good conversation. This fucking. What does the University of Idaho know about Spokane and the logistics? And this is a major event. What do they know about Spokane? It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. No. Hold on 1 second. Freaking bugs. Can't believe that shit. All right, hold on. Oh, Katrina. Katrina, what'd you think about that TikTok documentary last night? Since you were on replay. Great job, but not even meaning it. It's a fucking joke. What's up, beautiful? How you doing? Appreciate you. Did you hear this shit? Did you hear that they're fucking hosting the NCAA fucking first and second round? They get their logo at fucking Spokane. What is this shit, man? What is this shit? Hold on here. Nina Kelly had some stuff here. 1 second. I apologize. I'm on the fucking road and I am not used to having it like this here. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, Jen. I appreciate that. Yeah, appreciate you for coming in. Hold on 1 second here. Now there was... I wanted to play this video. This is character analysis. How did they find him, right? Do you guys watch character analysis at all? Hold on 1 second. Hey, what's up, Nina?
Hey.
Do you watch character analysis?
I have a couple of times.
Have you? Had something about how did they get to him. I have a question though, and I want to say shout out to you because you finally got that channel going.
Oh my gosh.
What?
That was a fiasco. Let me tell you. Did you notice that it's a TikTok video?
Oh, who gives a shit? You got it up. So if you're not sub, there's Nina Kelly's link there.
Oh my god.
So
thank you.
Yeah, it's always it's always nerve-wracking when you're just making a channel and you're starting out, totally
No,
get it.
it's because of you.
No, it's because of you.
Okay, well, you gave me the motivation.
Yeah, well, I mean, you have a lot of information, and it's like, why not have your own? Because really, I mean, you do. You come out with a lot of stuff. You have a lot of information. So, and thank you all for subbing. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Put that up there. Yeah, so you always have a lot of information, and I was just like, man, because most people, I get a lot of information from a lot of people, but with you were like sending like half of the information from all the people. And I'm like, damn, yo, if you got all this information, you got to highlight yourself, yo. You know what I mean? You got to get your own channel. You got to highlight yourself. So I'm glad that, I'm glad that you did it. So you said, notice it's a TikTok video. Who cares? If you,
Yeah, because I have no idea. I've heard y'all talk about StreamYard and all that. I'm like, I have no clue. But I spent 2.5 years on TikTok. I know how to make a TikTok video.
Hey, you know what I mean? That's like with me trying to use, I get suggestions about, hey, you should use this instead of StreamYard, and it's like, man, I would love to. But shit, I'm so used to this and the transition of having to learn something new, but trying to keep everything to it's like, yeah, we'll replace that in the future. But if you ever want help, let me know and I'll give you a quick rundown of how StreamYard works, how to do this, how to do that.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, I've helped a lot of other people in the past, a lot of big creators too, when they were starting out with how to make StreamYard work and things like that. So yeah, for sure. It wouldn't take that long, but no, who cares? You got a channel. You're up there. You got the cool little headline photo there in the background, It's all good. You got your TikTok. So this says the potential juror episode 1. Where's Emma? So when it comes to, I've for a long time, I always kind of, I don't know. I just always got this weird vibe, with those individuals.
Right.
So what do you, when it comes to that video, if anybody hasn't seen it yet, do you want me to play it first and then do you want to go into it, or do you kind of want to explain some things before we go into it? When it comes to it, don't tell us part 2. You got to keep us in suspense for that. Okay. Don't give me too much, but let me know a little bit about, kind of a little in depth of like where you're coming from.
Well, like the series with the potential juror, since I've only been in this since January, I felt like, that I would probably be one of those people that would be like, that knows the least about it, if I wasn't deep diving, And so I thought, where's the proof? I mean, I hear, these names and everything, and, Emma, and then I sit there and I think, well, where's the proof? I know this person said it, and I know that person said it, but is there proof? In the court of law, can you prove to me that she supplied? Can you prove to me that she spent time in that house? Can you prove to me that she was friends with the girls? I mean, instead of, speculating and listening to, Anonymous Dave or whoever, I mean, and with me just being...
that body cam? Have you seen that body cam with, I think we all can kind of agree that it's Emma walking out with the bandana. I mean, even though it's not guaranteed 100%, but I mean, is
that okay? You know that Lake Campbell lived in that house, right?
Oh, I'm just saying.
Out. Yeah, I mean, I guess the thing that I went back to
in the parking lot when they were,
Right, but I mean, what I'm saying is that before or after he moved out.
This was when the girls still lived there, was it not?
Yeah, but I don't know if it was when Kaylee lived there, because Kaylee had just moved in like July or August. Now, I know Maddie had been there for like a year.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, when it comes to her knowing the house, her being friends with people in the area, people that lived in that house, you see her walking away from when the officers are showing up at the body cam for one of the complaint calls for noises. So, I mean, it's not for sure, but that's what I think it's her. And so ever since we've seen that, I've always felt it's been almost the whole time actually the case. I think this was had to be February or March of last year. When we started noticing charges were coming up, we started seeing body cams, we started kind of connecting things, and then all of a sudden you just saw how everything was kind of disappearing when it came to charges and things like that with her and her boyfriend, and so I would assume that they were. I mean, Moscow's a really small area, so is Pullman. Everybody knows everybody, so I could definitely, especially if you're in the substance game, which they were, that's proven already based from their charges that they were facing.
Oh, definitely. I'm not denying that at all.
So I'm sure that they were friends or knew of a lot of them already, for sure.
Because I know with Lake living there, her best friend is Aiden, which is his stepsister. And I know that she has been said to have visited the home with Aiden to go see Lake when he was living there. And so that's the reason, and I'm not saying that she, that was the whole point of the video is I'm not saying yay or nay. It's not my decision to make. My thing is coming from being the person in that jury box, that, okay, you can tell me all day long. Can you prove it to me?
Right.
That was my thing was, I'm trying to, episode 2 will be on a different subject, not Emma, but it's the things that I think that the jury are going to say, we need to question it. We need you to explain it, stuff like that, coming mainly from because I know with me not knowing what's been debunked or what's already been gone over, I mean, just like that Dr. G stuff last night, I had never even seen the name Dr. G. So that's when I come to y'all and say, hey, this was before me. So, and when you laugh, I'm like, okay, never mind.
No.
But I mean, what I'm saying is that way I know that, it's obviously already been out there. It's not anything new. But see, to me, it's new because I've only been here going on 3 months.
Right. Oh, yeah. There's hell, even to this day, there's people that come in and, that are just getting into the case or whatever, asking questions, like somebody was even asking who Steve G was one time. You know what I mean? It's totally understandable.
Now, I do have a question, and Patty and I talked about this today.
Yeah.
Is I didn't know until I started researching this. Okay, I know that Lake Campbell moved out of the house in June. Okay, and he moved to Boise, and he's good friends with Jake, which is Maddie's boyfriend. Well, he is also Steve, can't say their last name, but that word. He's also Steve G's AKL frat brother. Which means that with all them being frat brothers, then he's associated with that house also. Nobody's ever mentioned that, not that I know of.
I mean, no, that stuff, not really, no. Very minimal, if it was. So, but yeah, I mean, there's some, oh, go ahead.
It's like everybody's intertwined.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. They're all connected. Yeah.
Instead of 6 degrees of separation, you can do 27 degrees.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. It's like you're the dude in the circle, and no matter where you turn around, your ass is facing somebody, and somebody's kicking it. You know what I mean? Like it's that kind of shit. It's like no matter where you go, you're getting it from behind. Like period.
Definitely.
Yeah, they're all definitely interconnected. Just especially because, like, the main motivation for the university to be there is to make sure that they, keep that that area, number one. And then after that, when it comes to, the biggest areas that the university gets their money is from donations, from boosters, and from the sororities and fraternities, with all of the donation work that they do. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, why would Sigma Chi need to even get $463,000 for scholarships?
Exactly.
Like, what do you,
Exactly.
like what when it comes to, like, with the Healing Garden, all these different things. I mean, if you go to their Twitter, you could literally spend hours just scrolling through and seeing donate, yay, we raised this, donation program. That's where they make a lot of their money. That's why when it comes to all of these fraternities and sororities over there in Idaho, they all do work together. It's all about the same thing of keeping the negative down, the volume up, and the funding and the awards come up. And it's like, it's no wonder they don't want outsiders to come in and give them any kind of influence to have any kind of radical thinking or introduce any kind of other thinking, because they do it so well already. Why would you want somebody coming in and, if you're there and you're so successful? I mean, look at this. It goes all the way down to all these programs where everybody just ranks and funds the fuck up. And like, if everybody is so successful at that, which everybody is in Moscow, no wonder you don't want somebody coming in, because then they're going to see what the hell you're doing if they don't agree with it. And number two, why would you want somebody to come in and tell you how to build a better wheel when you already have the best fucking wheel possible? Because look at what the wheel is producing.
Exactly.
It's and then you have the frats and the sororities that are going underneath them, pretty much learning how to do this shit. Because what happens with the frats and the sorority members, they end up becoming part of the faculty, part of the boosters, part of all of these other things that are taking place. And then it's another generation and they're handing that down. And so with any of them, it's like, who fucking knows? Who knows? When you have all these other universities closing down events that have to do with alcohol and substances,
Right.
like across the country, and somehow the University of Idaho, it just had a quadruple homicide. Like, what other college has had that since? When it comes to that specific crime, like, for real, like, one thing with a bullet, that's one thing. But when it's this, and it's a specific house, and it's with a knife, and it's just like that, and you're just like, how in the fuck does that college come out the number 2 safest? It doesn't make any sense. I don't know. They do a damn good job of bullshitting. Because, man, maybe Bill Thompson, he was having the same confidence as they all must have down there with how shit gets done and how it works and how they make that money and that influence. He's probably thinking he had the same kind of cachet, and he's finding out, no, not so fast, buddy.
The thing about it, though, is the people like him that have put their necks on the line and everything, honey, they will chop his neck off in a heartbeat.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's what they want to, but they don't care. They don't care about convictions. They just care about charging, because after
Right.
that, they don't care. And that's right, Rolo. Like in my opinion, it was Emma on that. Because like, how many ladies are walking around there with bandanas like that? Not too many. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that's why when I saw that, I was like, they had to be friends. They had to have known each other. Um, that's just me, though. It's not for sure, but when you do look at it, it does look like Emma. Ticket 51, Iris. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. It's a Washington State Cougar. It's one of my favorite ones. It's soft as shit. I don't know if you can tell from the hood, but man, it's nice. What's up, Rolo? No, I wasn't. No, I wasn't. You had a channel before, or no, you were just paneling at that time last summer, weren't you? That's right. You were just paneling back then. I did not give you no water cooler. I just like to help. But yeah, anytime, like it'll probably be an hour, give you a rundown, and then you can record it on your end. So that way, if you ever need to go back to it on how to learn or how to work something, you can just go back to the video and watch me showing you all over again. That way, if you ever get confused in the future, you can go back at any moment and, oh, okay, this is how we got to hit this and then this and this. But yeah, once you do that, especially for making videos, like you're talking about, you'll be able to add a little more flavor to them too. So it'll be, and I'll kind of show you different programs and stuff too. That'll kind of.
Well, that'll work. I mean, like I said, after, with TikTok, but I'm going to be honest with you. I will not do true crime. I mean, the TikTok video is on private on my TikTok account. I will not do true crime on TikTok.
Yeah, you better be careful. You might end up on some
No. They do not take it. They don't take it serious. They're up there dancing and straightening their hair and
putting on fucking what's that cheek makeup shit, that powder shit.
The blush and all that, and I'm like,
they're putting on blush and shit, going, oh my gosh, I can't believe the Idaho4 Brian Koberger. Can you believe that they were like, it's like, what the fuck is this, man? and this is where they're and that's what I was saying last night. Like when it comes to these documentaries that they're putting out, they're going to fucking TikTok because they want the drama-filled comments on their videos. They want people to talk shit. They don't want us to look, like we're actually doing something instead of mainstream media. And if they want to do a documentary, they should be doing a documentary putting together all the times that MSM bullshitted us and how it's been proven that it's not even fucking true. If you
if the recovery community saw that video, they'd think I had relapsed. If they saw me doing something like that on TikTok, they'd be going, all right, now we got to do an intervention. Nina's relapsed.
putting on your blush, putting on your blush, talking about the Emma part 1. Putting on your blush.
And I mean, don't get me wrong, I definitely, of the same opinion as everybody else, but, the way that I wanted it to be was, that person that doesn't know, is you can tell me anything you want to, and you can show me who you think is coming out of the video, and I wanted it to be from the perspective of, that person that is going to make that ultimate decision. That they've got to know the facts, and I sit there and I went through everything. And if you think about it, and I mean, opinion aside or anything like that, where is the proof?
Let's just hope it's there, I think it's the 5% that they're supposed to get in September.
Boy, I hope that's a strong 5%.
Right. I don't know. It just seems, you look at, what's up, Pebbles? You look at you look at how like they're approaching it, and it just when they almost approach it the same way as the Oregon car. I mean, I don't know how else
Yes,
to put it.
yes.
They really do. And I've said I feel like if the Oregon car was the tip when the Koberger tip came, when when they actually went to go do something, I feel like they would have arrested that person or something, or made something. Like, I feel like because of time and where it was at and the date that it took place for the Oregon car, it went bust, and they're like, but then when they got this, they like rushed and approached the same way, and they couldn't back out anymore. They already pushed all their chips in at that moment, and they
The thing
couldn't.
about it is, what's the odds of the Oregon car?
What do you mean as to what?
What's the odds of it's a white car, it's a white Elantra, and it comes back to, and I know the lady at the time,
Right,
it was a previous owner. So what's the odds of the owner of the house even being anywhere involved in a car that's found?
That is true. It is fucking creepy, right?
I mean, that was my thing. How many white cars are in the United States?
Well, there's a lot in Idaho. I don't know.
I mean, what's the odds of that?
I'm gonna tell you right now, in the United States, because I've traveled quite a bit, I'm gonna tell you there's some. There's
a few.
But in Idaho, it's like it's snowing in July because all the white fucking cars.
So, but I mean, think about it. You have a quadruple murder, and the white car with no tags, with the VIN, comes back to the owner of the house that they were just murdered in. Come on now.
I know. Yeah.
I'm not a rocket scientist, but and the odds have got to be astronomical.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. Hey, who knows, right? Who knows? Yeah, there was a homeless person in the car. They actually busted the passenger window, I think they busted the passenger window to get inside to go to sleep. Right. When it's what? Zoom into what? The car that crashed? We have all those pictures. There wasn't anybody. There wasn't anybody in the car. What do you mean?
22,000 between the schools. Exactly.
Right. I'm telling you, like when.
So we know we know part of the odds is 1 in 22,000.
Yeah, like there was 2 people in the car. What? Hold on.
I don't know. Somebody said 3.
What?
Well, if there was 3 people in the car, did they explain where the tags went?
I'm looking. Well, it's like, why are you gonna take your tags? There's a fucking VIN number. Stupid.
It got dented up in the crack.
I'm gonna take my tags, but I'm gonna leave the VIN. All right, buddy. You know
and
what I mean?
You some homeless people.
These criminals here, they don't think straight, do they? Shave the VIN first, then ditch the plates, dumbass.
Right.
Because I'm going to tell you right now, it's hard to shave a VIN. So you make sure you do that first. That way you don't ditch the plates. Then you're stuck trying to get rid of the VIN. And then it takes too long because you weren't prepared. Do the VIN first, then fucking do the plates. All right.
But CJ, do you know how hard that would be too? Because I mean, there's there's some parts of the motor that they put the VIN on.
Right.
So
yeah,
I mean,
if you take it apart, I'm just saying.
Chappie says Oregon.
I'm just saying from visual.
Right. Yeah, they didn't care enough to take it apart.
Let me share this real quick.
They're having a soup kitchen in the car.
What, you can hear the people? Let me see. No, Jen, it's just common sense. Trust me. You just when you're around it, you know what works and what don't. Okay, so I'm looking. It's hard to tell. I mean, it doesn't look like anybody's in the vehicle.
Well, I'll be honest with you. If I was homeless instead of sleeping on the sidewalk, I'd go climb in a car.
Yeah, but I don't even see a person. I see 2 seats. I don't even see a person. Unless dude's like passed out drunk, but the window's broke, so if he was passed out drunk, you would see his head right there. Excuse me, right? If he's passed out drunk, leaning against the window, like you might be able to think in this picture, you look at this picture, his head would be where that broken part of the window is, so I don't see anybody.
Yeah, I don't either.
Who saw... No, there's nobody sitting there, man.
Well, you know, there's people that see Idaho green goblins coming out the driveway.
No, the reflection right here is like the maybe the
blind
reflection.
Lady in a Rolo says blind lady in a passenger seat.
But yeah, that's why I'm showing this photo and I'm showing this photo because look, the only thing I see is maybe somebody might be like passed the fuck out, leaned up against the window, but when you go to this picture, you would see their head.
Right.
You would see somebody right here where this window's broke. You might think it's blonde because look at the seats. It's a tan interior. See how it's tan seats?
Right.
Yeah, it's a tan interior. So you look at this angle, you see tan seat, something that looks like maybe, but then you go to that other picture and you don't see anybody through that broken part there. Yeah, I don't know. I don't. But yeah, the pictures are out there. Or if you guys want, I mean, I'll zoom them back so you can take screenshots or whatever. But I just see tan seats. It's got tan interior, tan and black interior. You got tan mixed with black trim inside there because you can even see inside where the keys go.
Well, dang.
That's the ignition, the circle where the keys go, and then the steering wheel. So, yeah, you would see somebody, and then in the back seat here, yeah, you just see a seat, black and tan interior. So, yeah, I'm not seeing anybody. Let me see here. What's up, Nina? This is Nina Kelly's up here tonight. She got her channel. When did you make your YouTube channel? When did you put that together?
Well, I mean, I've had it, you know, but it's just been of David's videos, you know. And so then yesterday I got thinking about that idea, and it took me all day, all night. Finally this morning I was like, that's it, I'll just make a TikTok video. And I didn't, you know, I'm so nervous doing it and everything, and you know, it's just, that's the reason it's only like 2 minutes, because I was like, okay, if I'm gonna get laughed at, I ain't gonna get laughed at for no 20 or 30 minutes. I'm just gonna get laughed at for 2.
Oh, screw them. You know what I mean? What other people eat don't make you shit. You keep eating your blueberry muffins, lady. All right. You keep
but
eating
I figured, you know, because the other day when we talked, you know, and I was like, you don't want everything that I've got, you know, because y'all look, my poor little phone and my gallery and stuff. Marty opened up my gallery the other day, and she was like, "Where's your grandkids?" No, that's all Idaho4. Sorry, grandkids don't exist anymore.
Hey, no, but
I mean,
no, It's good though. I'm glad that you made it because like there's so much stuff. There's so much stuff that you have, and it's like you got to be able to highlight it, and who better than you who does all the work, when it comes to that. Now, yeah, you got other thoughts and theories and things like that, but when it comes to a lot of the work, you do a lot of work too. So it's good to see that you got it up and running. I'm glad that you got something up there. You said you had joined a couple panels or something too, right?
I had True Crime Cult. He had me on 2 nights last week, and but I was like, okay, that's the best way to get my feet wet. I don't know anybody in there, and so I went up there 2 nights, and they're good people. They really are. They're really nice, and everything, and so I was like, okay, I can do this. And see, the one thing I like about YouTube is like being up here without my camera on, because see, on TikTok, you turn your camera on. If you don't, then it's like, okay, you're getting out, and but and I mean, and eventually, when I get more comfortable, I'll turn my camera on and everything. But now, I mean, I really like it because, with YouTube, it's not based on what you look like or stuff like that. It's based on your knowledge and your personality. Yeah.
Yep. You don't have to put on the blush while you're talking about Koberger.
My brother called me one day and he was so disappointed, in my TikTok. And I was like, what are you talking about? I'm helping people in recovery. He said, you're using your son's name to, get famous. I said, Scott, I've been on TikTok for 2 years. If I'm using his name to get famous, it's an ultimate fail. I've got 6,000 followers. I mean,
no, I want to say prayers to you because you went through something that some parents don't ever have to go through. So who in the fuck would say that to you? That's fucking rude.
Well, my brother and, they're like, you don't know these people. No, but I know what they're going to feel when they bury that child.
Yeah, but when you're saying you're trying to get rich off of your son's passing, who the fuck? Like, that's so fucking rude.
Yeah, that's now you know I'm an addict.
Yeah, thanks for, what the fuck is that shit? Yeah, I was waiting for that to get famous. Like, I'm sorry.
But I mean, if I was using TikTok to, make money and get rich and everything, I'd have more than 6,000 followers.
Still.
I mean, there's a lot of people on there that, now don't get me wrong. I mean, they have the battles and stuff like that. You can make bank on there, but that's not me. I do it, but I do want everybody to know too that when I realized that maybe sometimes things are like stepping stones, and when I left TikTok, I was sitting here and I was like, man, I got to do something. I can't just sit here because, that's idle hands is the devil's playground, And so that's when I found the true crime community. And I realized when the Kansas City 3 happened that for 2.5 years I had been preaching to the choir because it was in the recovery community. Well, the recovery community knows what's going on. They know what, And so when we got to talking about the Kansas City 3 and, people were asking questions and coming in, and I was like, now I'm talking to people that don't live that life. Mm-hmm. People that maybe do really have questions or that need somebody to reach out to. I mean, the sinners need to go to church. I mean, and so I was like, maybe this is the path that, I'm supposed to take, because on TikTok with my algorithm, I called it the Grim Reaper algorithm. Every overdose, there was so much death that I dealt with every day, and it was just wearing me down, because, it was like, I've got to go comfort that mama. I got to go comfort that daddy. I've got to go, And finally, I was like, if I'm doing this for David's death to have purpose, I'm not honoring his death, because right now I'm just wearing myself out and not giving his death purpose, And so I had to just back off. And when I did, I found y'all. And that was, it's given me a new direction, but I'm still in the same direction of David. Does that make any kind of sense?
Yeah, it's about the energy. No, really, it's about the energy.
Right.
Period. Because if we, let's face it, there's some people that don't have the strength to even be behind a microphone or a camera, or or even what it takes to be a creator on the platform.
Right.
And that's where we come in. The ones that are comfortable to do those things, it is up to us to spread that energy, and it is up to us to try and make a difference. When people want to put some kind of financial tag to it, it's unfortunate, because I'm not talking about shit that I would love to sit behind a microphone and talk about every day. I'm not talking about stuff that has anything to do with me or my family. I'm not talking about stuff that has anything to do with anybody that is in my area. These are all things for other people. And so,
right.
It disgusts me when people put it that way, because it just shows a lack of understanding from their end. Because if you really look down, if anybody really boils down now, there are some content creators out there that are making shit just for themselves, and it's a selfish thing or whatever. You're always going to have that. But when we don't have to be talking about these things. What's like you could be talking about yachts and how beautiful they are and all these other things, but then it's like, okay, now if you want to attack me for talking about how I love basketball and all this other shit, well, then attack me for a financial approach or whatever. But when I'm discussing things that have to do with other people, when I'm devoting my days to other people, then really, are you really doing it for yourself? No, you're not. You're not.
Right. And I mean, I was live every night from 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. every night, 7 nights a week. And
from what? 11 what?
From 11 p.m. to 5 a.m.
Holy shit.
And the reason why is because people that are just getting clean, that's the worst time for them. Is at night when they're sitting there alone and they're itching and their mind's going and their mind won't shut off, And so I would go live, and at the time, I don't know how many boxes they can have now, but at the time you could have 9 boxes. And so, we'd have the boxes and people would come in, and there'd be like 90 people in there, and I realized that 80 of them were asleep. And I was like, wait a minute, I'm getting a complex here, And then finally they came to me and they were like, no, you don't understand. When I'm sitting here and my mind won't shut off, I can sit there and put you on and go to sleep and be calm, And that touched my heart, because I was like, see, this is the reason I do it,
Mm-hmm.
And if it kept one person from going out and relapsing, then I did David justice.
Yeah. And I don't know, that comment, whoever said that to you, that was
that was my brother.
Well, your brother, that was very rude. I'm just saying, like.
But that's just the thing about it, though, is that just shows the difference in what kind of person and our different personalities. I mean, he's an electrical engineer with missile intelligence, and he doesn't have that. He doesn't have that heart.
Yeah, I know. It's
You
what's
know,
right here. Yeah, because
he doesn't have
that's
that PPP.
you don't need PPP to know that that's rude. I'm just saying. You don't, because, man, woo! I'm just saying. And shout out to you for how you took it, because I don't know if I could have took it like that. We would probably have some issues.
Well, I mean,
Ooh,
you got to stop and consider. You have to take people from where they're coming from, and you know, there's people that do not understand addiction. They
yeah,
don't
but that's
understand
okay.
that
But
kind of
he should
life.
know. He should know even more. He should know even more. Like what you went through. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? He should know even more what you went through.
Well, I mean, if you really think about it, they blame me for David's death.
Oh, they do.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm 16
Oh,
years
I
meth
didn't. I
addict.
didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Mama's a meth addict, so all I did was roll it down to my son. And I mean, the thing about it is, they can never imagine the guilt and the regret. Sometimes that got me more than the death, you know. And then I found TikTok, and I realized that sometimes things happen, and that there's got to be a purpose, and it's my responsibility to give purpose to David's death. It's my responsibility. Nobody else is going to do it. It's my responsibility, you know. And if I don't, then he's just laying over there for nothing, you know. And that's not going to happen. My son's not going to die for nothing, you know.
Right.
And the thing about it is, I mean, people say, well, is there ever a reason you ask why? I've never asked why, because is there a good enough reason that I would accept? I mean, could anybody come to me and say, this is why? No, that's not good enough. I want my son back.
Right.
So, I mean, there's no sense in asking why. It doesn't matter. What matters is what I do with it.
Exactly.
And
Well,
that's just like, the parents, with the Maddie Mayday and stuff like that, the parents that are giving back, they're taking, and, it's just like I said in one of my comments to you with the PPP, mine is the pain and the purpose to passion. I mean, you take your pain and you turn it into something, and then you're passionate about that, and it doesn't only give David's death purpose, it gives me purpose.
mm-hmm.
I didn't just lay here and die with David. Now we have Dabo's kennels, and we put dog kennels at rehab centers,
Oh,
because there's a lot of addicts that, their dog is all they have, and they will turn down treatment if their dog can't go.
mm.
And so now we put kennels at rehab centers to where you can take your dog to treatment.
And what's that called again? What is it
Dabo's
called?
kennel.
Dabo's.
David, yeah, Dabo was his nickname. I called him my Dabo. And so in his honor, we made Dabo's kennels.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, very sorry for your loss. And yeah, it's I don't know. That's one of those times where, because my thing is like, the one thing that I hate seeing happen out in this world is when somebody there's just a certain way to treat people, and when I see somebody going way below the minimal of how you should treat somebody, I have a big fucking problem with that. For real. And they will know, you know what I mean? Like, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, it's that thing where it's like, yo, I'm cool as shit, and I'm cool, but when you act you know disrespectful and not like a human should, we got humongous fucking problems. And so shout out to your strength, man, because family or not, I don't know. That's just, with children, I can imagine, like, it's already hard enough, because what parent thinks that they're gonna be burying their own child? Like, you always, any parents out there, you automatically think that you're gonna be the one that goes before, and so it's a certain kind of hurt that some don't even know what it's like, and when it's minimized as a financial opportunity,
Right.
uh, you know, uh, I'm just picturing myself in that position, and I'm just picturing what the hell would be taking place after that. When it comes to that, so shout out to you for your strength, because man, that's already a pain, and it's a pain that not many people experience, and then on top of that, that had to hurt. It had
Oh
to
yeah.
hurt hearing that it was a financial motivation. It's almost like, who the fuck are you? I mean, but that's just me. It's already painful enough. It had to be
Right.
way more painful to hear that. I can imagine what that
Well, I
was.
mean, it's just like I said, you just have to understand, when you're dealing with people like that. And I mean, I know that my brother's cold. I know that, that I've always, and I mean, don't get me wrong, for 16 years, I was a POS. I admit that, I mean, but people do change, and
Right.
April the 7th, I'll be clean 12 years. And,
Right.
but the thing about it is, I can understand blaming me for David's death but I had been clean 7 years when he died, you know,
Oh.
and believe me, I tried to talk to him, I've already been down that road, David, nothing good is going to come of it,
And I know where you're
and
coming from. I had friends pass from the same thing. Uh,
right.
I know what you mean, because you try and reach out to him and reach out to him, and then it gets to a point where they don't even want to talk to you anymore because all you're trying to do is hope.
Oh yeah, I mean, I hadn't
Yeah.
when I got the phone call on Friday about David, uh, we hadn't spoken 2 years because the
Mm,
last time that I had seen him, we got into a big fight, and he laid hands on me.
mm.
And
Sorry to
don't get me
hear that.
wrong, that I know that wasn't my son.
Yeah.
I know, and not making excuses. I mean, and you'll never hear me say, "Why did God do this?" God didn't do it. David's free will did it. You know, I do thank God that it was a blessing and a curse because it took David 5 days. He got to the hospital on Friday. He had no heart function on his left side and 16% on his right side. And I walked in there. He's not hooked up to anything but the little heart monitor wires. That's it. He looks like he's sitting in a hospital bed, maybe with a cold or something. I mean, And I sit down. And I said, "Son, what are you doing?" He said, "I'm dying, Mama." And I was like, "No, you're not. No, you're not." And he said, "Yeah." And so we talked and everything. And I'll be honest, CJ, it never registered because I'm sitting there talking to him. I'm sitting there, he's fine. You know, I guess the severity of it or the denial or whatever, And so the blessing is that I got to spend 5 days with him. The curse is I can't imagine. I can't imagine my baby laying there knowing the prognosis, wondering when his last heartbeat is.
Well,
So
I look at it like this too. It's a blessing as well, because you're able to reflect and think, um, before. Uh, I would love to be able to know. Um, and maybe I'm different, uh, but I always live my day like it's the last day that I'm going to have on this planet, because I don't know
Right.
if I'm going to wake up tomorrow, you know? That's why
Well, I
on
mean,
one,
and I can understand what you're saying too, because like, to this day, I still, it's been almost 5 years, and his youngest boy, he actually sat in his hospital bed and wrote his son a letter. And I have that letter for when Devin gets old enough, that I think that he can take care of it, and and it'll go to Devin. And so you're right, David got to, he got to patch up those relationships, and he got to, write letters to people that he wanted to write letters to, and
say I
do his
love you.
amends.
Say I
Yeah, his
love
I love yous.
Yeah.
And luckily for me, God gave me the gift of the last words I said to David was, "I love you."
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm blessed for that.
Yeah.
There's Silky. Where's your stripes?
Oh, you're talking to me. I'm sorry.
I said, "Where's your stripes? You're supposed to be clad in stripes."
Well, I had to wear green today because it's St. Patty's Day. It is very nice to hear your voice and talk to you. I am so sorry. I was listening. I was totally engrossed in your story, and I looked up, and all of a sudden, I'm on the screen.
I know. I'm sorry. You had joined a bit ago, and I was like, oh my gosh, I forgot. Yeah, so sorry.
I am so sorry
bringing you up like that. But no, it's one of those things. Yeah, you. Some people don't, and some people do. And that's the beautiful part. Even though it's an unfortunate situation, to be able to, because like you said, there was a couple year period where you didn't talk, and to be able to have the opportunity to do that. It was one of the things when I was a kid. One of my best friend's father, his father was in the hospital, and he had warning as well, days, and him and his dad had actually gotten into an argument while his dad was at the hospital. And the last time that he spoke with his dad was the argument that they had, and he wasn't able to make it back in time before his dad passed. And as I grew up from a young child into teenage years, it definitely had a major impact on me, because being a best friend, I saw everything that he went through, and a lot of the stuff that he was, the regrets, and I wish I could have just said I love you, kind of thing. And so even though it's an unfortunate situation, I'm glad that even though 2 years you guys didn't communicate because of you trying to help, I'm glad that you were able to have those I love yous.
Oh yeah.
Because it's just a couple words, but it means so much.
Well, now that we've brought the whole chat down.
No. People want to know. Like, people want to know about you, and they're interested in, especially things you don't know what someone's going through, Nina. Like, you could really help, or at least even they can reach out and, tell you, because they know that you've already walked there, and,
Mm-hmm.
you can understand, really feel what they're feeling,
Right. So I mean, that's the thing about it is, and like on not on Sundays, I used to do every Sunday I have those left behind, and on Sunday I'd have somebody on that lost somebody due to addiction, and our merchandise from those left behind, David's son actually designed the merchandise for that. And he's 15, and he actually reaches out to teenagers that have lost their parents. And because he understands the kid view of it,
Right.
and so he's majorly
That's good.
involved in it, as far as the kids of addicts. And I've been really proud of him because he took Those Left Behind and he did the font in a heartbeat, and it's written in heartbeat font.
Mm.
And so the money that we get from Those Left Behind, that is the money that we use for Davo's Kennels.
And that's awesome too, because children, I can't imagine being a child and, can you imagine being an adult and losing your parent? I can't imagine being a child and losing your parent. It's one thing.
Mason's 15, and at 15, that's when you want to talk to your daddy about the girls and about the, and he'll call me up, Nina, can you talk? And I'm like, oh man,
yeah,
I don't know if I want to talk about the girls, but yeah,
no, I mean,
talk,
trust me, like when your dad isn't around, trust me, I know what you mean by wanting to learn how to shave and all
right.
Those, you know what I mean? It's or even
well, you lather your legs up. You lather your legs up.
I mean, sometimes you have to learn things on your own. You know what I mean? And
right.
Hey, that's just kind of how it goes for some of us. But it's I even had a conversation earlier, like somebody I was talking to, and they were talking to me about the abuse that they were going through in their adolescent years from one of their family members. And it's like and she was like, it sucks because it was her dad, and she was like, it sucks because the dad or my kid grows up without a grandpa because of the stuff that took place. It sucks. And I was like, sometimes it's better not to have that grandpa. And and instead of having it's I don't know, man. There's just so much when it comes to children. I'm glad that there's people that are able to talk to the kids, because really, how it's like, why would you want to talk to somebody that doesn't know how to make a burger? So they put pickles on the bottom,
I mean, I've had some, I mean, on Sunday night, you can guarantee we were all going to be up there ugly crying, but he chose to tell his story on Those Left Behind. And I have to admit, that one was a hard one, sitting there with my grandson on live with him telling how it impacted his life and everything. And I was like, oh my God, I'm never going to make it through this. I mean, but at that time, it's about him. It's not about me. It's about him. You know?
Yeah.
But it was something he wanted to do, and I was like, sure. How do you say no to that?
Right.
Especially when it comes to being able to talk, because a lot of us, it's hard to talk about stuff. I would have rather not had the dad that was my dad because of what my dad was doing.
Right.
So it's one of these things where it's like, I'm glad that I didn't, but it's different because it's almost like you feel the same pain, but also you don't, because I never had a close connection with my dad. I didn't have those times, and I didn't it got to a point where I didn't miss not getting it. So I can't imagine losing your father in the midst of your teenage years, and and then trying to figure out from that point,
Right.
has to be tough. And then to be able to talk about it, I mean, hell, just to be able to talk on a panel is already hard for people, because they're nervous about just talking on a microphone. I can't imagine. It's one thing to talk about like a report that you wrote, but when you're talking about your own hurt and struggles, and it's all still so fresh. I mean, it's only just a few years, it's still so fresh. That's awesome though. He's involved in the organization that you have set up with the kennel and the artistic part of it, and I hope that he's able to be, with all of the stuff that's going on these days, with all of the substances, I can't imagine, it's going to be one of those things where in 15 years we're going to have a whole generation that is children of parents that passed away from substances like this.
Right.
It's going to be a generation of it.
Y'all seen me put it in the chat so many times. 1 every 11 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, I have. There's actually the 11-minute alarm clock. It goes off every 11 minutes. Finally, I was like, okay, that thing's got to go. I can't listen to that anymore. I mean, you sit there and you think, how many people is that in a 2-hour live? I mean, but because a lot of people don't realize it. I mean, I know that people realize that the addiction is that, the fent and stuff like that's a problem. But when you think about it, every 11 minutes, that's worse than a problem. I mean,
yeah. And all because big pharma, really.
Right.
Yeah.
And I mean, the thing about it is, it not only, the kids that are left behind. Think of the grandparents now that are raising the grandchildren. The grandparents now are giving up their retirement and all this because now it's time to raise the grandkids. And I mean, you're going to have a whole generation of kids raised by grandkids.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, kids raised by grandparents.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
and that's already traumatic as it is in its own way, so, and you see how they don't, you see how the government doesn't approach mental health
Right.
worth a shit.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just a sad situation, and then you got the border issues, and then that just lets the fent roll through, no frickin' problem whatsoever, and it's just like, what are we doing? What the fuck are we doing?
But if you think about it, there is no just try something one time now. Come on, y'all. Used to, you could experiment in quotations. You know what I'm saying? Or when you're younger, you experiment. Yeah, you experiment one time now and it kill you. I mean,
yeah. And it could be
pill.
something that it could be something that doesn't even have to do anything with powder or anything like that.
Right, exactly.
It could be somebody putting it in a fucking cigarette.
Exactly.
It don't even have to be it could be a cigarette that it's
yes.
It's scary.
We see that a lot. Of course, I work in the jail, and sometimes people come in there and somebody has slipped something past the scanner and gives it to somebody else, and they think it's one thing and it is laced.
Mm-hmm.
Always it's laced. I was going to tell you, Nina, it's really, really good for him to be a part of that program because it brings so much healing. I've seen this. So I've been involved in Celebrate Recovery for, I don't know, probably about 12 years. And now I was never an addict, but I'm the child of one. And
Right.
many, many horrific abuses that go along with that. And so being a part of that, I had to tell my testimony. And I mean, it's hard. It was hard for my kids to hear.
Right.
But I did it because I was required to. It's like, okay, whatever. I was in the band, but I've so many years I've watched people really recover, and I've watched them relapse. It's heartbreaking. I've seen people who were doing great and who, just decided just one more time, and that was it. They
Yep.
never woke up. And so it's so much a part of recovery is telling that story. Like they encourage you to do that so much because it does help keep you on track, and it helps get all your hurts and your hangups and all of this stuff out. And it just brings so much healing. I don't know how people do recover if they're not in a recovery program.
Right.
For life.
Yeah, it is. It is something.
Oh, I will always be a recovering addict. Always. The benefit I say benefit, the only thing that could possibly save me from ever going back is my DOC took David. So I hate it more than I could ever want it. And I would never disrespect him like that, And so that's the thing about it is, people talk about, that one of the moms relapsed, when during the Idaho4, and I'll be honest with you, I can understand that. I mean, and if
Sure.
like I said, if it had not been my DOC that took David, I could have relapsed easy too. But I hated it, and there ain't no way, it will never touch my life again out of respect for him, But I can understand it, and, that's the reason that I wanted to reach out to her so bad is because, I can't imagine trying to recover from losing my child, and a relapse, and jail.
Right.
I mean, and sometimes jail is not the best place for it to recover. Sometimes,
No,
you can get
it's
stuff in
not.
jail.
Yeah, and no matter how hard we try, it still manages to get in there.
Exactly.
And you never know. Everything's fine. 1 second, everybody's doing their thing. It's calm. And then you get an emergency call to a block and somebody is there, you're Narcaning and praying that you can do it fast enough, for them to recover. Because most of the time it is the F substance now. And so, I mean, no. I mean, all of a sudden, boom. And, I think it's probably worse. Prison is even worse. You can get anything you want in prison.
Right. And I mean, that's like, I've tried to explain to people about, the little guy, Caden, because everybody's like, well, he left the hospital and him and his friend went out and partied some more. No, and, Silky, since you dealt with this, you'll understand what I'm saying, is sometimes what happens is the overdose lasts longer than the Narcan. And so what'll happen is they'll go to the hospital and they'll leave thinking they're okay, not realizing that overdose could still be going through their body, and they'll lay down, go to sleep, and not wake up,
Yeah.
And that's one thing that we're trying to get changed now is we want it to where if the emergency responders go out and they have to get somebody to sign saying that they have been explained, the dangers of not going to the hospital.
Right.
That just because we saved you this minute does not mean that it's over, because I have 2 moms right now that their sons got saved and 2 hours later they went in there and found them, in their bed.
Whoa.
I can't even imagine that kind of.
Oh my gosh.
Because like I said, nobody explained to them the danger of the Narcan wearing off before the overdose does. And so I want a law that says that if it's not explained to someone and somebody's signature is on there, that first responder or somebody, not like something drastic, but there's got to be somebody held responsible because somebody needs it explained, that no, you've got to go to the hospital. This is the danger of not going to the hospital.
Is there like a time limit, like on average of
everybody I've ever known about
potency,
has
but
been within a couple of hours.
No shit.
Yeah. And because see what happens is all the Narcan does is it just stops it from getting to your brain and stuff. It just like cuts it off. It doesn't stop the overdose.
So it's like a blocker of certain chemicals that reach your brain.
Right.
But it only is effective
and
for
once that Narcan wears off, you're still in the overdose stage. And so, there's that chance that if you've got enough in you, when you lay down to go to sleep, you go into that respiratory arrest and it's over.
Wow.
I can't even imagine being those mamas. That sits and watches your son get saved and you're praising God, and then 2 hours later, he's gone.
Right. Damn. Yeah, like you're taking your loved one home from the hospital, and you're like you said, you're like, thank you, and then,
right.
Oof.
And that's like people, right? And that people want to talk about that Caden's friend picked him up, and that they probably went partying some more. No, from what I understand, Caden's friend picked him up from the hospital. They went back to his friend's house, and Caden went to bed. Well, unfortunately, Caden laid there and went into respiratory arrest and died.
Oh. Man, wow. And then you hear people like checking themselves out as soon as they're back up.
Right.
Oh
yeah, because they are mad, boy. Let me tell you what, they are mad because you done messed their buzz up.
Right. And like Katrina said, they get up thinking they're okay, and then they go out and turn around and do the same thing.
Exactly.
Because they're okay. Yeah, I didn't know that about Narcan. I didn't know that when it came to that. I just thought it was a.
it's definitely a lot
right here, and we're
good. It's you put it in their nose, and it's definitely a lifesaver. But sometimes it takes 2, and sometimes I've seen it take up to 4. And when you see somebody getting Narcan 4 times, buddy, when they wake up, they are one mad person. Because they are not happy.
Yeah. That's true.
Have you had to do that, Silky? Give anybody Narcan before? Or?
Yeah, it's
for real? Yeah.
It happens a lot, but of course, once we get them back, we send them straight, to the hospital. And usually they're not there, but they usually get Narcaned again at the hospital, and they're checked out before they're usually not gone that long before they come back. But yeah, we've had some that we swore were already gone, but you Narcan them anyway, and pray that. And so far, everybody, I'm trying to think. At least ever since I've worked at the jail, not because of me, I don't mean it that way, but since I've worked there, the last 2 years, that we haven't had anybody who did not come back.
Wow. But see, the thing about it too is like your field, at least y'all know to at least watch them for a couple hours, or But my thing about because there are already some states that do the, responsibility thing of you have to make sure they understand the dangers,
Yeah.
And if there's some states that do it, then let's just make it nationwide, that if emergency responders are called and there is somebody with that person besides that person, well, of course it'd be besides that person, but, that they make them understand the dangers of not going to the hospital and not seeing everything through, and that they explain it, that you can't just Narcan them and leave.
Yeah. You're right. I don't think a lot of people know that, and absolutely, like getting that message out there, that's so important. So important. And I mean, I think that happens a lot with our CR people who, they're at home, they were doing good, they relapsed, and maybe somebody did Narcan them, but, they're found. I know we had one lady, I mean, it was devastating. She was sitting up in the bed, like just,
Right.
I mean, and so I imagine somebody had done something one time.
Well, I know a girl right now, she was clean 20 years. 20 years, and they found her in the bathroom with the needle still in her arm.
Mm-hmm.
20 years. Just that one relapse. And that's the reason I'll tell everybody now. I mean, I actually have T-shirts that Mason designed, and it says you have to be alive to recover.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't care about it. Today, don't come to me whining about a relapse, because that relapse is the least of my worries. We'll get beyond a relapse. Thank God you're alive.
Right.
Because today it's not just about relapsing.
Wow, this is like Kelly Miller. Wow, it's required by my doc in order to get your opiate scripts to also have Narcan hand at home.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
That's crazy.
I mean, there are places that have Narcan vending machines. I mean, to where you just go and get it out of the vending machine.
Yeah. I've heard about that. I know you can just go to the pharmacy and get it. You don't have to have a, prescription. You're just like, I need some Narcan.
Well, now, in the state of Alabama, if I'm not mistaken, unless it's changed in the last couple of months, you do like an online study, just to know that you know something about it,
Mm-hmm.
and then you can get it sent to you and everything, but y'all wouldn't believe the people out there that have no idea that, you mentioned Narcan, they wouldn't even know how, they don't even know it goes in your nose.
Right.
I mean, they think like you inject them or something.
Yeah.
And
I don't know about, because I'm in the state of Alabama, and the last thing I heard, and this was just a couple of weeks ago, that you could literally walk in the pharmacy and just.
Well, I know they were trying to get it changed because it was becoming so bad.
I should carry Narcan. I mean, of course, we've got plenty of it in jail, but I don't personally have any. I probably should, because you never know when you're going to come across somebody, especially, then how bad Alabama is for.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of stuff. And in my area in particular, it is exceedingly bad.
Mm.
And see, where we're from, and Silky, I know you're going to recognize it. We're from Meth Mountain. I mean,
Nina Kelly, you are not.
Yeah.
So am I.
What? What does that mean? What's that mean?
Meth Mountain, it was on A&E.
Mm-hmm.
A&E.
Yeah, without doxing ourselves. Yeah, we're from the exact same area.
What?
Sorry, I didn't know that about Silky. I was doxing myself.
So instead of moonshine, it's
meth.
Wow. Okay. Huh.
Well, it used to be. Now, it still is, but like I said, it's the F substance now. That's what we're seeing.
It was such a proud moment for my hometown to be on A&E.
I know, right? It's been a bunch of years ago. I know, and they're like, oh, they're doing a documentary about this area. I'm like, for what? Like, there's nothing here. There's a lot more here than there used to be, but, they're like, oh, it's about, I'm like, oh, geez, that's nice. Did you see the documentary? Yeah, I live there.
I was like, oh, during the time I was still doing it, and I'm like, oh man, that was a good place.
Oh my gosh.
Shit. Well, let me look that up. I'll have to check it out.
Yeah.
What is it on Netflix or something or what?
I don't know. That was
When
an
it
old
came out, it was on A&E. I don't. You can look up Meth Mountain on A&E.
Oh, I'm sure they might have it on YouTube then.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the name of it is Meth Mountain.
It sure is.
Yeah, a
But
lot
that
of
was
it.
a long time ago, Nina. That was
It
like
was.
there was
It was a
really
long time ago.
that was like the thing that everybody was doing. We didn't have all these. I mean, you always had the opiates, but you didn't have all this other stuff. You know, that was before the spice, and that was before the F, and God, all the things. We probably know some of the same people, Nina.
You know, my mama asked me one time. She was like, "Can you tell me how you ended up being an addict?" And I'm like, "Sure can. You put me on prescription diet pills when I was 11."
Wow.
Hello.
Jeez.
What the fuck? Diet pills?
You know,
and
I'm 11 years old taking prescription diet pills because Mama thinks I'm fat. You know, I mean, so, and I mean, I'm not blaming her, but you know, it sort of contributed a little bit. I mean,
I would think, because I mean, that basically diet pills, especially back then, were nothing but amphetamine.
right? You know, because used to, you know, the ephedrine, you know, you could buy the white crosses and stuff, and they had the ephedrine and everything in them. You know,
Right.
and so, yeah, I mean, I was 11 years old. Now the diet pill was called Mazanor. Why I remember that, I have no idea, but it's called Mazanor. And
I obviously have not been on diet pills. So little chubby cheeks.
at 11 years old, you know? Shit.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so I actually wrote her a poem, and on one of the things that said, at a young age, you put me on Mazanor. For that, I am fat forevermore.
Oh my God.
You know, I mean, my body image is infused right there. I mean, I can remember being 6 years old. My brother played Roadrunner football, and I wanted to be one of the little cheerleaders, right? You're too fat to be I don't want to be the little skinny one on the top. I'll be one of them little chunky ones that's down on the ground holding the pyramid. I just want to play with the pom-poms and be a cheerleader, you know. No, you're too fat, you know. So
Wow.
so now I tell everybody, look, I'm fat, dumb, and happy, but as long as I'm fat, you know, I'm clean.
Man.
I mean, that's true. I mean, honestly, when people walk into CR, we can tell a lot of times. I'm sure you can too. You see somebody, and you know they were looking like a skeleton, and now they look healthy or even over healthy. But you're like,
healthy.
good. Yeah, you're
Yeah,
like,
I'm
good.
over healthy.
Yeah, I can see that you're doing good. Yeah.
But you know, the sad thing about that is that's a double-edged sword too, because what if I started eating right and going to the gym and got myself in shape? What if I did it the right way? I would still be accused. Oh, yep. We know what Kelly's doing.
Yeah.
You know.
Of course you would, because of the history and people. You know,
So
people around here never let you forget your past either.
Now I just have to stay fat.
There you go. You know, my grandfather always told me to keep on an extra 10 or 15 pounds when I was growing up, because he said if you get sick, like you get the flu or something, like you can lose weight really quick and you don't want to be too skinny. So now it's like you got to keep that on because of the trafficking. Like, look, there's less
fat girls are protected.
I mean, you know, like,
I ain't got to worry about being trafficked.
Oh my God. You guys have a great way of looking at shit. I love it.
It's for protection.
That's
it's
right.
The truth. Yeah, it's the truth.
It is. See there?
It's the truth. And shout out to all you guys. They're sharing their personal stories in chat too. Shout out to all you and all the stuff you guys have gone through too. A lot of people, unfortunately, have the same story with loved ones and, experiences when it comes to this. I look different Probably because I got my hat forward right now and I have a different background. I'm not at my studio and I'm kind of getting a little chilly, so I'm trying to have this hood up, but when I have the hood up, it chokes the shit out of me. So I'm trying to figure out how I can do it.
See, I've got to learn how to see the chat and see y'all too, because when I pull up my comments, it covers the screen to see y'all.
Most people, excuse me, because StreamYard doesn't show that many comments. Most people will have the YouTube stream up and just have the volume turned down. So if you have it,
now you tell me that. Sorry, everybody, for missing your comments.
Oh, it's all good. I mean, shoot.
It's my first time.
Yeah. Yeah, StreamYard sucks. That's one thing I wish they would change is how many comments can be displayed. The boxes that they use for the comments don't need to be that big because the font, the size of the font that they use to display the comments, they really could shrink all of it up and the text font still be the same size. I hope they do that in the future because, more like YouTube or something. Because there really doesn't need to be that much space taken up. Yeah, vaping is a huge problem too. I mean, when is Dallas going to make a move? And they're all in, Chappie. They're all in. Talking sports, but yeah. Well, they're going to be getting. I think they're getting Diggs in a trade coming up here soon from Buffalo. But I can barely see it.
Well, I hope that this talk really helps somebody, Nina. I do.
I do too. And thank y'all for letting me up here.
Yeah, and thanks for talking about it because it's it's got to be tough even for you talking about it. Let alone, I mean, shout out to your grandson. Hopefully, when you have that kind of courage that young, you really can make a difference in the future because if you do have the courage then, imagine the courage that you have after you get out there and you talk more and you're kind of going in that role. You just add more experience, you just add more comfort when it comes to sharing the things that you're sharing that are tough. And so if you're doing it at that age, the future's got to be bright when it comes to his message and what he's trying to bring attention to, because there is it's when it comes to the children, man, that's our future. And
I mean, Mason will be telling his daddy's story long after I'm gone.
Yeah. And so hopefully, I mean, it can only help because there's other things right now that they necessarily don't. It was sad. I was talking to somebody, and they were talking about how they were watching their loved one. This doctor was, putting them on this medication and this and this and this and this and trying all these different things and nothing was working. And it was a serious situation where there was a lot of self-harm discussions and shit taking place. And the doctor just wanted to keep, they said the doctor just kept wanting to put on, try this one, try this one, try this one, try this one. And it's like, they finally said, stop. I'm with this fucking person every fucking day. Why don't you ask me what the fuck, is going through and what's working and what's not working? Because it was just getting to a point where everything was getting worse. And, it's like when you have somebody telling you that these conversations are taking place and and you have this doctor that's just try this for 2 weeks, try this for 2 weeks, try this for 2 weeks. You know, it's like, what the fuck is wrong? You know, where you don't even want to listen to people. Like, who the fuck is going to know? You know, yeah, the person that's taking the medicine obviously is going to know if it's working or not, but they're under a substance. So the shit's gonna be off already, and you have somebody else that's standing there not taking the substance, knowing what was going on, knowing the habits, knowing the actions before that, and then know the actions and the habits and everything that's taken place for each medication. And you're sitting there allowing these people to be in harm's way because you're just trying to throw a fucking pill at a wall and see what one sticks.
Right.
Yeah.
It's important that we're going to have people that can have these conversations and talk real from unfortunate events, because the people that are supposed to be there are just going to keep throwing pills at a fucking wall and not handling what needs to be handled. And so it's even more important that we do have those voices out there, because if we don't have those voices out there and we're just relying on this to understand and this to cope and this to figure it out and this to do, it's going to be a dangerous fucking place. I mean, it's already dangerous right now with the way that they approach mental health and pushing substances on people. And I can't imagine how bad it's going to be in the future. So you definitely need those voices, because that's what is really going to make a difference. Unfortunately, uh, they just like to push out the pills to try and make a difference. And I'm sorry, I think that's some of the problem that we have these days, is that it's so easy just to.
And there's good money in it, CJ. That's the problem.
Big time.
I don't know if Nina stepped off for a second. Oh, sorry about the dog.
I'm here. My dog was barking.
Yeah, mine. Well, 13 hours she's been in here. Now she's going nuts. But I mean, I think, Nina, you would probably know some of the doctors in our area that are real pill pushers.
Oh yeah.
Everybody knows where to go. You know.
Oh yeah.
They do. And I used to work at one of those clinics. And I had a big problem with it. But that's the thing. There's good money in it. So, they're like, you want a script for this, you want a script for that, whatever. We'll make you happy. You'll make us money. It's beyond, like, there's no ethics. There's no morals for some of these people. I'm like, do you not understand what is happening to your patients? As you're just putting them up.
Now I will say, and this is on topic, but it's a little off topic. Was I was in a live the other night watching the leaked text from Steve and them, and Dot came up there. Dot Brandon. I think that night he was Henry, but Henry said that when he got involved in all this to be Dot, he made the statement that he was in relapse and that people were paying him for that. And
I'm sure they were.
Being an addict, that really hit me really bad, because if somebody's out there and they know that somebody's in relapse and they're using that kind of money, kind of control, But then I sit there and I thought, okay, we're talking about Dot, Braden, Henry. I mean, is he lying? Is he telling the truth? I mean, but, I mean, he actually got on panel talking about that he was in relapse and that's how they got him to do that kind of stuff, was they were giving him money.
Well, listen, there's good. Wow. I don't know. There's good people. Listen, there's good. It's what's in your soul.
Oh, definitely.
There's good people that are affected by this disease, and there's not good people. Okay, I'm not saying that anybody that does have a good heart doesn't commit crime when they're affected by this disease. They don't do those kind of things, the negative things, because they do. But man, when you're, it's almost like this. It's almost like premeditation and on the fly. Okay?
Right.
When you're premeditating something for an extended period of time and you keep doing it, that's in your
Yeah.
soul. It's
Yeah.
one thing if you're gonna do some shit like that, and then sorry, like I to say, oh, because they paid me, it's because of this, that you already premeditated it, because you already collected a notebook worth of YouTube videos from other creators to come up with the story that you even came up with, and to the fact that you had it down to where you would talk about it the same way on different channels. It was all premeditated, and to me, um, you know, uh, that's just what's in your soul, and to minimize it to that is almost like you're trying to minimize the damage that you created, but really you created it because it's what's in your soul already. The substances just enhanced it, just like money does. Money will enhance it, substances will enhance it as well.
Right.
Because
But that was my thing, is I didn't know which one I was madder at. The
yeah,
person using it as an excuse, or the
yeah,
person, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I was
yeah,
like, I'm mad at both of y'all for doing it. I mean,
yeah, yeah. It's not right. Because then it's just I mean, it's like, how could you believe anything at that point? Because if they're coming out saying that stuff and then they're like, "Sorry, I meant to," yeah, no, I'm not falling for that either. And I look at things different. I look at things from the soul. I know people make mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. We're human. That's the beautiful part about life, is being able to make a mistake and become better from it. That's how you become better, is because you make
right.
mistakes.
Sure.
But when it comes to something like that, uh, that's just, if it wasn't that, it would have been something else, and you would have done the same thing.
Exactly.
There's just some ugly
But
people.
that's the difference, and that's the difference too. Is there's a whole lot of difference between being clean and being in recovery.
Mm-hmm.
Your body can be clean, but if you haven't dealt with what made you go there to begin with,
Mm-hmm.
you're not in recovery.
Mm-hmm.
Your body's just clean. You're just doing without.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to deal with what made you go to that to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
Because addiction's not about the substance. It's about what's missing in you that you're hunting. What does it do for you that's what you chose? And I'll be honest with anybody. Mine, like I said, it kept me the weight that I wanted to be.
Mm-hmm.
And heck, I was 10 feet tall and bulletproof at the same time. I mean,
Yeah. Well,
it gives you that falsehood of it lets you be that person that you want to be, but you don't have the nerve to be.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people, though, and I know you'd agree with this, Nina, they do it because, and I've listened to testimony after testimony for all these years, and there is so much in childhood, usually a broken home and some kind of abuse, like chomo abuse.
Right.
I would say probably 99% of the testimonies I've heard is because somebody was messing with them when they were children. And,
Right.
It just escalated, and you have so much pain, and you don't know where to put that pain. And you're right, there's not enough mental health. And even even if there were, a lot of people just like families don't seek that. And so, you have pain, you grow up and you hit those teenage years or whatever. And then even as an adult, they're just trying to, to not feel, to not feel
Right.
the pain. And then it goes from one thing to another and, one bad relationship to another, et cetera, et cetera. But it's that root, which is
Oh
why I
yeah.
get so angry about crimes against children. I just almost lose my mind, when it comes to that. I can't deal with that kind of stuff without, not being so silky.
No, it's true. I mean, even when we cover some things, it gives me flashes of shit that I went through as a kid. Um, and it does. It's hard to sometimes it's hard to keep a level head,
Hmm.
and uh when you're not only you're not only seeing what's going on, and but then when you kind of have flashbacks and shit of certain things, and it's just like whoa, sometimes you end up like going away from the show, and you're just off over here for a little bit, because you don't have a choice sometimes when things, that when flashbacks or whatever, it really does take you off on your own, uh, little. I've had it happen on the show before when we were covering cases, and I'm just sitting there, and then I get lost in a flashback, and I'm literally like trying to snap myself back into. I have a fucking show I'm doing right now. Like, whoa, yeah, it's and I think that's a lot of the problem too when it comes to the prison system is they're not handling the mental health. They're just throwing you in a cell and expecting you to figure it out when really you might need help, just like the person that's working at Wendy's. You guys needed the same help, you just had different opportunities or different things that were or weren't available, and because of that, um, you end up on a certain path or whatever. It always it's because all of us could end down any of these paths, you know what I mean? We are all equal in that sense. And uh when it comes to any of these, really, it's are you able during any moment to be able to say there's a stop sign, I know I should stop, I probably will stop, but sometimes you don't, and you end up going through that stop sign, even though you're supposed to stop, and that you should stop. It's that final part of you, and that's where a lot of the people that do relapse, they know they're getting to that stop sign, they know what they're supposed to do at that stop sign, and sometimes uh they just go through it anyway, and then it's like that final step. And so um it is it's definitely, I wish there was as many health facilities as there is jails in this country,
Yeah.
because I think if we had as many health facilities as there were jails, and people that actually, I'm not saying people don't care, but just like the doctors at your corner fucking doctor office, they're pushing pills a lot too.
Hmm.
And oh, we lost
Where'd
Nina.
you go?
It'll be the same link, Nina, if you want to come back up. Um, unfortunately, they do push the pills a little too much too, and it's just like, can you imagine? And I know how much big business is prison, for a prison, and how much big business is not part of a mental health facility unless you are pushing out a bunch of substances. because of the kickbacks and because the government doesn't want to fund it because they need to fund other things that have nothing to do with us. I really feel like if we had just as many as we do prisons, I could see a lot of those prisons closing down in 20 years because we finally got a grasp on some of the issues that are happening during this day. And if we're thinking that it's going to get better, it's not, because we see all how mental health is being addressed these days and how shitty things are getting. I mean, think about it all, as much as there's even just the last month with all of these cases that are just coming out left and right with kids. Imagine how many of those, if maybe they reached out for help, maybe they needed help, maybe what if they could have gotten help?
Right.
Could things have been, stopped, or would they have been able to say that's a stop sign, I need to stop at it, and then gave their kid up for adoption instead of taking them out,
I don't know if I'm going to say this right. I don't know if it's Nicola Moody, but she said something a few minutes ago about emotional. There's something about emotional pain, and that's the thing. CJ, if you have an accident, if you have a car wreck, whatever, surgery, they can give you a pill. Yes, emotional pain can hurt so much. There's a pill for that, and that's a problem for a lot of people, and that's how they get started. But, not to downplay that, but there is something that you can take. But when you have emotional pain, you can't go to the doctor and get a pill for that. That's why people take all these substances. They do all these things because there's not an easy fix. You can't feel better in an hour, pop a pill, even an antidepressant or something like that. That only maybe takes the edge off. And so, yeah, the mental health crisis is huge. And, it's like everybody downplays it, but yet, because I don't think there's as much money in it, you're not selling,
right. Unless you're pushing drugs, unless you're pushing pills, there's not.
And so it's like, oh, well, let's push the pills. It seems like every month there's a new antidepressant. There's a new something to make you a new happy pill. Mm-hmm. And that just masks the problem. And, but, oh, please, government, cut our mental health. Half of the people in my jail don't need to be there. They need to be in a mental health facility. Yes, I know they committed a crime, but the reason they committed a crime is because there's something else going on. They might be bipolar. They might be schizophrenic. They might, there's so much mental health issues going on in jail. And I'm like, this is not really the place for you. Because if you had gotten help earlier, you wouldn't even be here.
Right. And they don't even, and when they're in the prison system, they're not getting the help that they need either, because they're not getting do you think that they're getting prescribed? No, they're not.
They're getting prescribed pills, but again, it's just pills. It's like, okay, the antidepressant you're on is not working. Let's up the dosage and add a second antidepressant. Mm-hmm. And let's add something for anxiety, and let's add something for,
and shit, because you're going to have these side effects with these, we need to add these on to that too. Like, you end up having to, and this is the crazy part, is your body evolves too, and if it doesn't need to make a certain chemical no more because it's being produced from well, guess what? Your body's eventually not going to make it anymore either, and therefore now you have another fucking problem.
Right.
But yeah, that's what they do. They, like you said, let's up this one and let's add this one, and you're throwing in all these ingredients in somebody's brain, and you're treating it like it's some stovetop fucking pot where you're throwing shit in and waiting to see if it tastes good. Like,
Right.
What kind of fucking shit is that? And the person's brain is your pot on the stove, you know? No, not enough salt. You know, let's put some, you know, come on.
Yeah.
Contribution call out real quick. Kylie Matten, thank you so much for being a Met. 7 months. Damn. That's crazy, Kylie. Thank you so much for that. 7 months. Oh, you're good, Nina. Whenever you're on StreamYard, you either got yeah, it does kill your battery if you are on your phone. That is for sure.
Yeah.
I wish they would come out with a dark mode, because I think that's a lot of the problem, is because they don't have a dark mode. They say you can change it on your browser. Bullshit. I would love to have a dark mode on StreamYard, and I hope they're coming out with one, because I mean, it really can it be that hard to make one? And I think that'll help save everybody, because really, if you do join with StreamYard, anybody that doesn't know, if you do join with StreamYard and you're using your phone, you definitely want to have that thing plugged in on a charger the whole time while you're on the show. Otherwise, it will go dead real quick.
Yeah.
That's why it does use up the battery like crazy. Yeah, and thank you, Nina, for hopping up here tonight. I appreciate that too.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to have a chit chat with you, Nina, later, because interesting. Of all the places in the world that we could have met, like I bet you, honestly, we've probably run into each other before, but just don't remember. Especially if, you know, it seems like we may be running some of the same circles, but it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check out that documentary too.
The area has really changed since, and that documentary was, I'm guessing, about 20 years ago. Our area is much not. Well, physically, our area is much nicer. It's much bigger. We've got lots of chain stores and, you know, whatever. It's much more grown up, much more opportunity for people to succeed. But the problem is, you have now generations of people who were poor, rural, no place to work. No, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, well, now we've got all this stuff, but you're dealing with people who have a totally different mindset, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And,
yeah,
it's a problem.
It's just, I mean, with everything going on too, it's just gonna, it's like, it's already a wake-up call. You know what I mean? Like, here's your wake-up call. Can you imagine, you know, and it's like this, you know that your tire keeps going flat, right? You know your tire keeps going flat. And probably it's because you have alloy rims, and you know that's what happens when the temperature changes. It loses that seal. You just take it back to the tire shop and have them put that little seal around the outside of the tire, and they put it back on, and your alloy rims don't leak a tire anymore, right? And it's the thing of, I know my tire keeps going flat because the alloy rim seal isn't sealed anymore, and it's a simple fix. But I'm just going to keep letting it go, even though I got plenty of warning. And then the one time that I don't remember to put air in my tire before I go on the road trip, and I hit a fucking pothole, and the next thing you know, my tire's shot. It's the same thing. They're getting a warning sign. Our government is getting a warning sign that the tire keeps going fucking flat, and it's as easy as taking it to the fucking tire shop, addressing the fucking problem, so you know that in the future you're not going to have a fucking train wreck. And it's like they're not even paying attention to this wake-up call. And what happens if we have a shortage on the chemical that makes Narcan? What are we going to do? What are we going to do? What are we going to do?
We're going to have a lot of body bags, that's for sure. You
We
know?
already do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We already do. And we're getting the fucking flat tire fucking notification here. And you're just going to wait until you hit a pothole on the highway and all of a sudden you're halfway in between your destination and you're stuck out in the middle of nowhere because your ass didn't pay attention to your warning signs.
Yeah.
And that's what's happening with the country.
And I also got a lesson about alloy wheels because the hubs. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah.
That
The
would explain why when
temperature.
I hit a pothole that happens.
Yeah, the temperature fluctuation eventually, because whenever they put your tires on, they have a little like seal that goes around the outside of the tires so it seals up to your rims. Okay. Whether it's chrome, alloy, whatever. And so what happens is when the temperature fluctuates, it just like the air inside, it expands and then decreases. Okay, so that fluctuation is going to move the seal, and eventually that seal is going to work its way from the rim. And usually it's between, like if you have a winter time and then you go back into spring, summer, that's when you'll notice, oh, it's as simple as taking it back in, them taking the tire off, wiping the seal shit on the tire again, putting your tire back on, and you're good to go. But yeah, that's all you have to do. It's not. I've seen so many people go into, like, when I'm getting tires and they're talking about the tire and people are selling tires like crazy, and it's like, didn't they try this little $20 trick first? Because tires are expensive now.
Oh God, yeah, terribly expensive. Yeah. Well, we didn't know, but now all of y'all know. Tire tips with CJ.
Yeah, lessons on Narcan and alloy wheels. It's funny.
See, it's always fun with you, CJ. It's always so much fun.
I just like to try. I don't know. I just try and use different. That's just, I don't know. I've always been a person that tries to use different scenarios of everyday life to try and make things. What I'm trying to say easy. It's not about just saying some words to people. I like to put images in people's heads, because then you really grasp. When you have a vision in your head along with the words, you really kind of absorb the whole picture. So that's why I use stuff like that. I know it's weird to compare alloy rims to and flat tires to how the country is approaching and handling the mental health awareness of the day, but it's what's happening. They're seeing the warning signs a lot. It shouldn't be a surprise that you're going out there and it shouldn't be a surprise you're seeing it, and it goes, man, what happens if there's a shortage of the chemical that helps make Narcan? Can you imagine? And it's not crazy to think about. We've had shortages on products that made baby formula.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
And what was that shortage on this stuff? Potassium. We were just talking about that, like, what, a month ago when they had the thing here in Alabama, the execution.
Oh yeah. Yep.
So I mean, yeah, you're absolutely right. It is kind of funny though about the tires, but I mean, but here's the thing, CJ. I think the government knows. Certainly somebody knows. People know.
Yeah, they just don't have the money.
Right. They don't care. They don't care. Yeah, it's all about the money. Every last penny.
Yeah. It's it's just, it's something that doesn't make a money. That's what it is. If it was something that made a money, they'd be all in for it.
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately, it's one of those things where you're putting a lot of money into it, and it's just like when I say, when I talk about the power and the money the university has over the community, and how the community, when I got there, the community, you could tell the community is not flourishing like the university is. And it's the same thing. Uh, um, the mental health doesn't flourish like some of the
Right.
other things that do.
Of
And
course.
so you can see how if it doesn't help it flourish, and then that means there's not a bunch of leftover, because if there's a bunch left over, you already know that the mental health organizations are getting the funding. When it's as bad as I have like the fire, it's the same thing with the funding for Red Cross. When
Hmm.
I had the fire damage, and anything that was cloth was pretty much fucked. And then I qualified. The only thing that I qualified for was laundry detergent, and
Um.
the laundry detergent was detergent that was meant to get rid of the smoke out of clothes, and the detergent didn't even fucking work. And somebody was like, "Man, that's so fucked up of the Red Cross." And it's like, it ain't the Red Cross's fault, yo. It's probably because, some of these organizations that are meant to help people rely on the funding. They rely on that to be able to do what they do, because they don't get a lot of donations. And so it's like, no, I'm not mad at Red Cross, because they probably took that one packet that they gave me, and that was probably broken down from 5 other packets that went from the one original packet, and they mixed it in with some other kind of detergent to help as many people as they could. They had to cut and ration and dilute it in order to try and help as many people as they could, because they didn't get the funding to actually give people the real packets for them to be able to use them for their clothes. And so that's why I wasn't even surprised when the soap didn't work, because I'm like, I already know it's probably diluted, because they're trying to help
Yeah.
as many people as they can. And that's probably why I only qualified for laundry detergent.
Yeah.
Is another reason is because of the fucking funding.
Yeah. Yes and no. It's sometime. Oh, I have to find it. Sometime look up things like Goodwill, Red Cross, and some of the other ones. See how much money they take in and how much per dollar actually goes towards the cause. It is horrifying.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yes, it really is. And then, that whole thing reminds me. I don't know if you ever heard about it, CJ, because it's been a good many years ago, and I can't remember where it happened. But there was a company that got busted for this. There are not even words. They were taking, very expensive cancer drugs, which they're expensive anyway. Your insurance, whatever, that's high dollar stuff. And they
Oh,
were
yeah.
diluting them to the point that it wasn't even effective. And they got busted on that when they start. Do you remember that case?
No.
Oh my God. It was horrible. And I'm like, what kind of reprobate mind could take, you're already making a killing on these drugs, and then you're going to take and dilute them? I mean, thousands and thousands of dollars a bag. And you're going to dilute it to the point that it's mostly water, very little chemical in there. And you don't care that people, that kind of treatment is very iffy. Chemo is very iffy at best. But then you're going to take people who have no other hope and take away everything? Really?
Yeah, like the water pill,
Yeah.
Here, take this pill. It's gonna help, and then it's just nothing. It's sugar.
And you don't care how many people pass away.
Yeah.
You know, I cannot fathom a world that with people in it that do these things. Like I can't wrap my head around that. I don't know. Am I not from another planet? Because this is just who thinks to do these things? I don't know.
Yeah, and that's why the PPP and the 150 is so important, because there's that much PPP and 150 in this world. Because if there was more, why wouldn't those drugs be cheaper?
Yeah, they could be.
Why wouldn't they be cheaper? Why is organic food more expensive?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if it's better, why is it more expensive? It's, who knows? Maybe it's some sick people's way of playing, evolution and population control or some shit.
It could be. And so here we are, CJ, trying to come up with 150 ways to make ramen because you can't afford organic sugar snap peas.
Right. Just like how much of the powder packet you should use and how you use it to make it for your own concoction. I have 37. I know.
See, we had this discussion the other day.
Yeah, I'm looking to put 101 ways to make ramen, and I only have 37. So I'm trying to get some ideas put together, and we'll have a little table book of 101 ways that you can cook ramen.
Yeah.
Or ramen, tomato, whichever it may be.
Yeah, I don't know how it's supposed to
be.
Yeah, it was funny, and people, even just the few suggestions that were thrown out there, I'm like, what about
that? Right? Makes you think. It's like, damn. And then we start talking about them packets with powder, and then I'm just going, oh my gosh. I remember some of the days when I would already have it ready, and then I would sneeze, and it would, I'd have it ready in a bowl, and then you would sneeze, and all of a sudden you're like inhaling the powder, and you're like, oh my God. Straight dose of chicken, chicken salt.
Yes.
You're like, yeah.
You're the reason it says on the label, "Do not snort."
That's right. No, I didn't snort it. I'm not that. I'm not Jim Belushi or John Belushi or whatever. I'm not Ozzy Osbourne snorting ants. I'm not doing shit like that.
Ants? He snorted ants?
Ozzy Osbourne did, yeah.
Oh my God.
He snorted a line of ants.
And then you have to wonder, is there any hope for humanity, like, at all?
He did. He snorted a line of ants. For real.
I can't even with that, CJ. I can't.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I never heard that. I've heard a lot of things, but never that. So,
Yeah. He snorted a line of ants, yeah. But no, it was, it's like when you accidentally, when you're cooking Hamburger Helper and you like a little bit of seasoned salt, to mix it in, get a little flavor, garlic, seasoned salt, some extra. Mm-hmm. And all of a sudden the top of the seasoned salt falls off and dumps all over your Hamburger Helper, and you're like, shit.
Yes.
I'm fucking broke, yo. Like, I'm fucking broke. Let me just clean off the seasoned salt, and I'm still gonna try and eat it, right? Shit. Ruined. Oh, horrible. Yeah.
I remember it's been probably, I don't know, 10, 12 years ago, I had not been separated or divorced from my daughter's dad for long. And I was, times were tough. Times were tough back then for us. And I made a whole pot of chili. So, it's expensive to make chili, but it's a lot of meals because I make big pots of stuff. And so I'm in there and I'm just putting the finishing touches on it. And, they're like, make it spicy, make it hotter. So I grab it and I'm putting in the cayenne and all this kind of stuff. And I stir it up and I taste it. And I'm like, oh, God, what is that? Hey, holy crap. And I look at the seasoning bottle. It's cinnamon. It's cinnamon.
Oh, whoa.
I mean, I tried so hard to mask that, to get it out, to add different flavor. Look, the dog wouldn't even eat it. Even the dog was like,
my God.
yeah.
It walked up to it and it started. I turned away walking like, oh my gosh, I can't believe you tried to poison me.
Yeah.
Cinnamon, no.
So yeah, I my favorite trick, and this is something I can still eat, but my favorite trick is not having my glasses on and grabbing, paprika and cayenne. They're very similar in color. But I usually mistake the paprika for cayenne, and it's like, okay, we can eat it, but it's pretty spicy.
I just can't do those no more. I just can't do them no more. Mm-mm.
What, either one of them?
Either one of them.
Why?
Because it's gross. Like, like you're used to eating something and then somebody cooks it a certain way one time and it's just got way too much and then you eat it and then it just ruins your smell taste bud for the rest of your life. It's one of those things. Like when I hear the word paprika, I'm like, no, we're good on that. I mean, unless it's deviled eggs or something, I'm okay. I don't even. It just better look like a couple pimples. That's all I want. I don't want fucking. No, just give me a couple red dots on there. Oh, good stuff.
Yeah, you just do it for coloring. You really can't taste it on deviled eggs, but it makes them look pretty. But yeah. We have had hot deviled eggs before. Of course, they weren't too hot because it was a light sprinkle. But yeah, that cayenne, I like to interchange it with paprika all the time.
Oh gosh, I don't even. Ew, that word. Cinnamon is good in an apple dressing. Yes,
that sounds good.
I love
not
cinnamon.
In chili.
Yeah, I love brown sugar in chili. And this is what you guys, people think I'm crazy, but this is the best way to eat chili. Have cinnamon rolls with it. You'll never eat it another way again. Seriously, you take the cinnamon roll, you use it to dip it in the chili and eat it, and you even use the cinnamon roll to clean out the bowl. Just something about the cinnamon roll, the sweetness of the cinnamon roll, and the spicy of the chili. You'll never eat it another way again. Trust me. Try it sometime, everybody. Chili with cinnamon rolls.
I'll have to try that because I love that. I love that balance. Like chicken and waffles. I love chicken and waffles. It's that salty kind of, and sweet. I love that combo. And so I've never thought about cinnamon rolls and chili though. So.
Yeah, you just dip it in the chili and you use the last little bit to clean out your bowl. And oh, so good. Cheese toast with chili.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I love cheese toast. I just love cheese.
Peanut butter sandwiches too in chili. Oh, I've never tried that. It probably would be pretty good. It's probably the sugar sweet mixed with the chili, really. So if it's cinnamon rolls, cinnamon. Yeah, try it. It's good. People are like, I've had a lot of people go like, what the fuck? It's like, yo, you got to try it. Because really, if I'm having chili, I got to have cinnamon rolls too. Mm-hmm.
It's strange how you taste something one time and it just becomes a normal combo. My ex mother-in-law used to make spaghetti and make coleslaw on the side, and I'm like, why do you make coleslaw with spaghetti? And she's like, it's good. And I'm like, it's not that they individually don't taste good, but like together. But then for years, I had to, if I was eating spaghetti, I thought I had to have coleslaw. I'm past that now. Past a lot of stuff now, but it's weird how that, that works.
Half butter. If you mean half butter, half popcorn, that is correct. I like to have my popcorn soaking.
Me too.
Soaking.
Oh my God. It makes me sick. Like, I'll put so much butter on it that I'll eat it and I'll get nauseated, but I'll do it every time. I know what's coming. I don't care.
There's nothing like having the butter drip from your fingertips.
Yes.
From the popcorn,
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and when you're at the movie theater, you have to get like extra napkins to put under the bucket or the bag because it's gonna make oil all over your lap if you don't.
Yeah, and you don't need to be walking out of there looking like you pissed your pants in a movie.
Yeah, exactly. They gonna start calling you Pee-wee Herman.
They'd be like, "Damn, that's the perfect piss circle." Be like, "Damn, what'd you do? Cut out and fucking just be a perfect piss circle." Like, damn.
What kind of movie did you say?
Yeah, what kind of sprinkler system you got down there, bro?
Oh my God.
It's just
mental note. Bring a lot of napkins to the movie theater, or grab you several
that sounds
handfuls.
so much fun. I haven't been to the theater in a long time. That's one of my favorite things to do is go to the movie theater or the drive-in too. I love the drive-in. I like the drive-in more than the movie theater. I might have to do that sometime where I do a live stream where I go to a drive-in or something and I do like a live stream or something where you guys can hang out with me at the theater. That'd be sweet.
I haven't been to the drive-in in so long. We've got one around here. I just never go. I don't go to the theater that much just because it's so expensive. It's like, dear God. Because I'm not going and not having the big tub of popcorn and a drink. It's not happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's I don't know, it's not too bad. I mean, shit, when you think about all the other amount of money. Yeah, with the popcorn, and I usually just get popcorn. Because I'll eat something usually before I go.
Oh yeah.
And so otherwise you're getting, fucking $50 worth of shit there.
Yeah.
So I usually just have something before, or I'll even do the bring your own, bring your own shit. But always the biggest tub of popcorn you can have, and a water. And I'm set because I usually can't even eat that humongous bucket of popcorn by the time the movie's over anyway. And that's the bonus. You get to bring some of that good shit home with you too, because there ain't nothing better than leftover movie theater popcorn either.
Absolutely. Yeah. I've actually got a bag up here on my the top of one of my things. It's been there since August. But I'm not going to eat it. But it's still that little piece of the rolled up bag. It's got the movie popcorn. When my daughter and I went to go see Barbie for her birthday. Right. She's like, "Are you ever going to throw that away?" I'm like, maybe.
It'll be like a McDonald's chicken nugget. It'll last forever, Silky. It'll last forever. Bag and see. Oh, probably. I guarantee. You might have a couple things in there, but I doubt it.
Yeah. No, but I do know that's true about hamburgers because when my oldest son was just small, he had stuck a half-eaten hamburger, in my purse. And when you're a mom and you've got a diaper bag and you've got like things and you've got a humongous purse, things can sit in there for a long time because you don't even have a brain. Because my two sons were really close together. I had no brains for a bunch of years. And I pulled it out one day and I'm like, my God, this, like, we haven't been to McDonald's in months and months and months. I opened that little package and it looked the same as the day he got it. I was like, I heard rumors, but I have experienced this.
Yeah, it makes you wonder. It's all the preservatives that they put in the food. Really, it's pounded full of preservatives. And I think that's why we have a lot of the health problems we do, with diabetes and things like that being even worse, way worse than what it was before, is because of all the preservatives and things like that, as well as the chemicals that are used to make sure the crops grow bigger yields, and you mix that together and it's just it's a poison pellet, the some of the food that's put out there, and it's made so cheap. And it's sad that you have to have some kind of money in order to eat the healthy food. It's a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, it sure is.
And it sucks. Nobody's been to a drive-in. Man, that's the best way to watch a movie.
Yeah, they put in a movie theater just in the last year by us that it's got like, oh my God, they've got like pretty much a full restaurant, and the seats are heated and reclining and they're big, and it's like, it's a luxury theater. It's fun, but I'm like, I can't lay this back too far. I'm going to be snoring in the middle of this movie because you get all dark and cozy in there, and it's like...
I'm already dark and cozy in my damn vehicle as I'm sitting there watching the movie. I'm nice and comfy, and I'm in my, it's the best place to be. Because then I ain't got to worry about people talking, and I can talk if I want to, and I can, do all. But the nostalgic part of it too, being that kid that used to hide under blankets in the back seat, so that way it was cheaper to get in, and
I remember that.
Yeah. Now shut up! Don't say nothing. You know what I mean? Like, you had to hide under blankets and shit. Don't move. Don't move. All right, we're getting close to the window. Don't move. Don't say
anything. Exactly. God, I remember people doing that, saying that to me as a kid. Yeah, y'all, get in the back. In the floorboard.
Don't move.
Yeah.
And then you're waiting. Okay, you can come out now. And then you're all excited. You're like, yeah. And then you get to go play on the swing set right in front of the drive-in until 15 minutes before it gets dark, because then they start playing the preview before it even gets all the way dark. Yeah. So, look, some of that.
Kids today, they don't know the struggle.
Some of that. But what it is, though, there's nothing better than the fresh air. You being out there, you have the nostalgic, memories, and even though you don't have that really rough metal speaker that you hang on the side of the window anymore, or maybe you do in some areas now, you just turn your radio on to a certain channel and you can hear it. I don't know. I think it's so peaceful and calm, and so it's more of an intimate setting too.
It is. It is. But back in the days with those, I remember those old metal speakers, because if you had a bad one, it would sound. You couldn't hear the words, and so I know my daddy would have to say, "I can't hear nothing out of this," and we'd be zooming around trying to find a better speaker, a better parking spot.
Or you pull up to one and there's just one hanging off with like half a cord. You know, you're like, fuck, we just drove through this whole fucking park. We gotta go again. That is the shitty part is getting in there and getting out, you know. Oh, please, no fender benders, you know.
Yeah. The struggle we had as kids, y'all don't know.
Don't say nothing. Don't move.
Yeah.
With a little bit of don't make me come back there. With a little bit of don't make me come back there.
And somebody's like, when I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Shh.
Oh man. Oh, it's so. I miss those days though.
I do too.
I miss those days. The cool part is when I got into high school, I was friends with one of the dudes that ran the projectors.
Oh.
Yeah, so it was always neat. We always used to watch everybody in high school. We would watch everybody leave, and then we would make sure the gates were shut, and then it was party time, baby. We turned all that shit up. We were all closed off too, because the shit's closed off. So, oh yeah, we had plenty of parties out there at the drive-in when it was closed off after the movies were done playing and everybody left.
Yeah, that would have been fun. I didn't have any friends that I missed out.
Yeah.
Traumatized.
Yeah. I knew a lot of people, so I knew a lot of people, so I was able to experience a lot of different things. Shit like that. So yeah, it's it's I don't know, it's just something about the drive-in. I just love it. The intimate setting. It's whether it's you or you with somebody else or you with a group, it's just, it's I don't know, there's just something else. And maybe it has something to do with nature too. I love nature, so you get that.
Yeah.
You get the crickets and you get the birds and you get the the whole nature when you're chilling out, relaxing, watching the movie. I'm gonna take you guys to the drive-in one night this year.
That sounds like fun.
Yeah, even if it's in Discord or something, where I stream it to that or something because of the copyright shit. I think it'd be kind of cool. We all hang out at the drive-in. You guys come with me to the drive-in and we watch a movie or something.
Yeah, that would be fun.
You'll hear my commentary as I'm watching the movie. We can't rewind and pause.
Yeah, that's for sure. Just don't be saying shh, shh. Get down.
Yeah. It'd be like Transformers 7 with CJ's commentary. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That does sound like fun.
Let's go. We will be. Trust me. It's going to be getting warmer here soon. I love the drive-in, and I think it'd be fun to take you guys out on some of those, especially a movie. I think it'd be neat.
Yeah,
you guys
it would.
Popcorn, get your snacks, and we'll sit down for an evening and we'll hang out and watch a movie together. I don't know if we could get away with it on YouTube, though. I doubt it.
Yeah, we'd probably get strikes.
Yeah, but definitely Discord. We could do it on Discord. We still need to watch the 2 days back with Beak. Oh shit! Oh yeah, you sent me some pictures, Katrina. Let me see here. Oh, Mr. Green with what's her name? Terry Golick. That's the lady that we saw that I said looked like Mickey Rourke. No, for real. Like if you've seen Mickey Rourke, like, in the last 5-10 years, he had some longer hair and it was always off to the side. He had, and he wore his glasses. And I mean, here, let me go back to the
I would hate for somebody to tell me I look like Mickey Rourke.
I mean, that's the first thing that came to my mind. Let me see here. Where's it at? That way I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. Here. Let's see. Yeah. Hold on, right? Am I sharing it? No.
Yes, you do take the can of off with you to the drive-in. In the South, absolutely.
Yeah, doesn't that look like Mickey Rourke?
Oh my god. Oh jeez. It kind of does.
Like you got the long hair and it's kind of coming off to the side and you got the glasses and it looks like there's a goatee there. I don't know. it's I'm like Mickey Rourke.
Oh, jeez. That is a very unfortunate hairstyle.
Yeah, like the wrestler.
Yeah.
The wrestler movie.
Yeah.
If anybody has a pic of Mickey Rourke that looks, send it to me. You'll see what I mean. It's like, dude.
Oh, jeez.
From a distance, that looks like Mickey Rourke sitting down having an interview after the movie or something. The wrestler one. She sent some pictures here. So it's what?
You're killing me with that.
I mean, look at it. Doesn't it? It's because of the lighting. It's because of the lighting. Doesn't there look like there's a big, thick goatee, like, coming out to here?
Well, I probably would not have noticed it, but now I can't unsee it.
Yeah, like right before the dimple. It's like like a big bushy gray goatee. It's the lighting, though. We know that. I'm not saying this lady has facial hair growth.
I'm not saying she has facial hair. I have not been that close to her, but
Yeah, I put it on soon. I blew it up as much as I could. I mean, but yeah. So when I glanced at it, I was like, holy shit, that looks like Mickey Rourke. Not that I like, not that I zoomed in.
Oh. I know.
You can't see the Mickey Rourke lady? Oh. It's all right. Oh, we're just hanging out tonight. That's a lady? Yeah, that's a lady.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the lady that, what is she now here? Katrina, she is the director of athletics. I dropped a link in there from Katrina. Appreciate that. Let's see here. Is that an article? Is there a video? So this is who she... Whoa, there we go. That's who she is. That's what she looks like.
That's a much better picture.
Yeah.
Much better.
There's no goatee. Does not look like Mickey Rourke. Yeah. Just...
Yeah,
like
much better.
Yeah, so she's named the University of Idaho Director of Athletics, and that was in 2019. So she's been in that position for 5 years now. Let me see here. What else?
Much better hair in this picture, too.
Yeah, I mean, but you know what I mean. Like, I don't know. I guess I'd have to show you guys the Mickey Rourke picture that's in my head, but I would have to look for it. This one, Idaho Vandals Athletic. This is from President Scott Green in 2020. Idaho Vandals Athletic Director Terry Golick and her husband Dan, with a little help from Joe Vandal, finally have their house packed up and stuffed into a U-Haul. Great to see Terry and Dan on the road from Madison to Moscow with their dog this week as they finalize their move west. Our student athletes are in good hands. They sent people to help them pack up their fucking house to get them to Moscow? From Madison, Wisconsin?
Wow.
So what the fuck? Look at this U-Haul. What are you doing? Hauling a motorcycle and that's it?
Yeah, that's not very much. Are they just buying new furniture? Is that just like their, underwear and socks in there? Because
When have you heard of a university? Yo, I want to fucking move. I want to move to Florida. Hey, fucking company in Florida, hook me up. What's up? Send people over to my house. Fucking pack it up. Let's do it. What the
there
fuck?
you go.
Wow. She makes a lot of money too, Katrina says. Hold on. Oh my lord. Here's a link to this. $200,000 a year with up to $55,000 more in incentives.
Incentives, like they'll pack up your house and move you.
Oh, check this out. Dude, check this out. It says cuisine lover? Sorry. It says that
Both.
she yeah. Man, I'm fucking hungry. It says university officials say Golick was one of 59 applicants and 5 finalists. Officials say Golick worked at the University of Wisconsin since '94, holding various positions including assistant athletics director and deputy Title IX coordinator. Golick received her bachelor's degree at Southwestern University and her master's degree at Texas State. What the fuck does she have to do with Idaho? And if you are one of 59 applicants and 5 finalists, why are they helping you move? And they sent, hold on, let me go back to this. Is he saying that they sent with a little help from Joe Vandal? Hold on, our student athletes are in good hands? Wait, with a little help from Joe Vandal. Yeah. So what does that mean? Did they pay? Wait.
I don't know.
Finally have their house packed up and stuffed into a U-Haul. Dude.
You couldn't fit my stuff in that U-Haul.
Yeah, right. Can you imagine? That's all you have?
Mm-mm.
That's like the bathroom.
I was going to say, that's like, I don't know how big that U-Haul is, but I don't even know if I could get this whole suite that I have in my part of the house. I don't think you could get it. My furniture is really big. So.
I don't know. Maybe, did they get paid? Yeah, Joe Vandal's the mascot, but they're probably just referring to Joe Vandal as like, our community, which is Joe Vandal, they came and helped. I'm wondering, I'm wondering, does it have a Pennsylvania sticker? I'm wondering, no, it's just a trailer. It's just a trailer, but I don't know. Why would you be helping? It would be like, look, you got lucky enough to be awarded the position. It's up to you how to get out here. When did they have enough money to like send that way for somebody they don't know? Yeah, they just hired them, but do they know that they're going to be working there a month later? Because you saw how people are when they go against the grain up there. Even people that work for the university, as soon as they go against the grain, they force you to resign or fucking fire you. Usually force you to resign because of how you're being treated.
Yeah. Wow.
So why are they paying
That's a
for
big
people?
risk.
Yeah.
I don't know.
The
Now,
dude only worked there for 3 months. The previous dean was only the dean for 3 months before he got fucking.
Dang.
Yeah.
Dang. Now, I know in nursing, if I wanted to be a travel nurse, they'll pack me up and move me.
Yeah, travel nurses make hella fucking grip, man.
Yeah.
Like
they do.
crazy. I knew a travel nurse. Dude, she was making like $200 a fucking hour. It's like,
Wow.
whoa. Yeah. Yeah. Just going from, location to location, 2 weeks to 6 weeks at a time, making $200 an hour and being offered a shit ton of overtime too. And I'm just like, damn, just
Wow.
banking.
Yeah.
Yeah, travel nurses, it's got to be tough too. I mean,
it is. A bunch of years ago, they were going to move me from Alabama to Memphis, and I had to sign a 13-week contract and everything. It was a sweet deal. They were basically moving me and paying my whole, rent and all that kind of stuff, whatever house I wanted. And, but at the last minute, CJ, I just had this gut feeling like, you know what? I'm going to move to Memphis on my own and then I'm going to look around. And I did. And once I got there, I realized how desperate they were for nurses. And the place that they were going to give me a contract was so short staffed, it really would have put my license in jeopardy. And so I chose a different hospital. I loved it. I worked there and, I didn't owe them, however many weeks. I could leave when I wanted. But I mean, it's a sweet deal, but usually they're only paying that much because the working conditions are very difficult.
Yeah. It's got to be. I mean, and then you're going from location to location. You're dealing with people that have different viruses and different things as well. And it's one, man, especially with all the stuff going on these days. It's, and you're literally just moving from one location to the next. And sometimes you don't even know where you're going. You're just going where you're needed. It's already hard enough, when you live that kind of life where it's the unknown 2 or 3 months away.
Yeah, because the hospital they were going to send me to, it was like a gorgeous facility, but the nurse-patient ratio was terrible. And I've done travel nursing even on a local level because just so many miles from me, they considered it travel. And it wasn't that difficult. I worked in Tennessee for a little while, in Chattanooga, and it wasn't that far for me to travel, but you find out that you are going to work so hard, and you end up with it's so unsafe for patients. But I mean, I guess they're kind of like, what are you going to do? Because you've got these patients in the hospital that you've admitted, but now you're asking me as a nurse to take 30 patients on a step down unit where everybody's on telemetry and they can go bad just like that. Like, no, ma'am. I did it for a couple of nights and then I called my agency and I said, look, don't ever send me back there. I will never go back to that hospital. Because, it sounds good, but honestly, if you lose your license and you end up in a lawsuit or whatever, it's not good. It's not that good.
No, it's not. It's dangerous too. So yeah,
for the patients, yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a profession, that only some, because most people, it's nice to go on vacation, but they're away from home for an extended period of time, and they know that it's going to be like that. It's a different kind of life. It's a different kind of
Mm-hmm.
world, because when you live that kind of world, there's some of the security isn't there.
Right. That's
That
why I work in the county jail.
yeah. Sometimes it's the security is not there, so it does make
Yeah.
it difficult. It's a different way you look at things, really, and you make decisions in a different way as well.
Yeah. Now,
Idaho,
nursing in Alaska, you can make a killing in Alaska, but I'm not going to Alaska. Not
yeah,
happening.
no, I like it right here, just good enough. I don't need to go somewhere where it gets even colder. I'm trying to get away from the cold, not closer to it.
Yeah, we've got a freeze warning tonight. I'm like, what? What is this? This mess. We've had beautiful days, and now there's a freeze warning. Welcome to Alabama, the bipolar state.
Yeah, it's not too bad here. It is a little chilly, but not. That's crazy. You're getting freeze warning all the way down there. Shit.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
nuts.
And yesterday I was in a t-shirt. And yeah.
It was fucking toasty yesterday too.
It wasn't as warm here as it was. Like Thursday was a beautiful day. But Saturday it was a little cool, but it wasn't cold. It really wasn't that cold today, and now, yeah, cover your plants. Like, I'm glad I don't have any out yet, so it's weird.
Get the styrofoam, Silky. I bet you look good clad in stripes.
we don't do stripes. We do orange. We do orange. That's what I was telling my coworkers today. It was so bad. It was just, this weekend was so bad because I'm by myself. During the week, I have another nurse with me. But whoever works the weekends works by themselves. And I usually don't even go out to lunch. I just bring stuff to eat. And it was so bad. I walked out and I said, look, I'm getting out of this jail before I'm an inmate. I've got to get out of this building. And I mean, I think I ate breakfast at like 10 o'clock and I haven't eaten since. I literally went to the lake and just sat there, like almost in a stupor, just staring at the waves. Sitting there, and all these bicyclists and other people are on the walking trails are coming by me and they're like, don't you need a coat? I'm like, no, I just, like, my mind is numb. I just need to stare at the water. Because orange ain't my color, CJ.
Damn, people are coming up to you going, ma'am, do you need help? And you were like, no. I'm just going to exist in this cold, damp spot.
Yes. That was me.
Yes. Let me deal with my own existence.
Yeah. Yes. I am now questioning every choice I've ever made in life.
Leave me be. Can't you see I'm busy?
Yeah. Just going to be catatonic for an hour.
Yeah, me this and this are having a one-on-one, buddy. Leave us alone, okay?
Exactly.
Use the word clad now. Thank you, Moscow, right?
Yeah. It was just one of those weekends.
It is. Oh, Burr. Well, I suppose we'll go ahead and hop off. I won't be live tomorrow morning. I won't be doing day shows here for a few more days. But I will be back tomorrow night, and we'll kind of get into a lot of the stuff that you guys have been sending me, because you guys have sent a lot of stuff over the last few days. And so tomorrow night we're going to do that as well. We're just kind of get into all of your guys' thoughts and your theories and your opinions, and we'll be highlighting different things. So I appreciate all the stuff that you guys do for the show, and I appreciate all the information you guys gather, and I appreciate all the conversations that you guys have amongst all the information, because it's just a beautiful thing seeing the conversations and the brain stew that everybody puts together when it comes to a lot of this stuff. Because, like I said, sometimes the little things that you didn't think about, and you kind of mix them with what you're thinking, and you're like, holy shit, this could be something as well. So I think it's an awesome thing. So I'm going to be doing that, since I haven't been able to be on Discord as much. It'll be good to kind of go through everything while we're out here and highlight all your guys' work, because there's a lot of interesting stuff in there too. So I definitely don't want to fall behind, and we're going to go ahead and go through more of that tomorrow night and maybe the night after. But keep in mind too, I am gonna stream my drive taking off, and it'll probably be during the daytime and through the evening, I think. So it'll be one of those things, and I'll be able to have a panel link that can drop and all those things too. So we'll be able to just have a true crime road conversation, talking about whatever, and just having some conversations as we're going, and then you'll all be able to see the road. And I'm going to try and get it to where it can. StreamYard makes it really hard to switch your camera. I wish there was almost like a quick feature that you could tap on, because you have to go into your settings, and you have to go into video, then you have to click on the video, then you have to choose which camera, then you have to go back out, hit the X, hit the X, hit the X, and then you're back to fucking StreamYard. And so trying to do all of that when you just literally want to flip.
Yeah.
Not quite that easy. So.
I should have asked you before this, because I need to know how to do that. I'm taking a trip. I think we're leaving on Tuesday, and I thought about that because I'm going to be in the car by myself. The other people are driving separately, and so I'm like, this is going to be a really long ride. I wish I could go live, but I don't know how to do that. I know how to go live on StreamYard with my phone, but I don't, I wouldn't be able to see anything, or so I'm like, I don't know, I need to ask CJ how to do that.
Well, just from experience, what I'm doing is I'll be having the device doing the stream with the camera and everything, and then for the chat that's going to be scrolling, because StreamYard it's horrible to try and read chat.
Yeah.
I'm going to have the YouTube chat feed up, and so that's going to fix the problem when it comes to the YouTube chat. What I will do is, like, when I'll set up a notification, or even if you set up a notification when you're on the road, I always message myself the StreamYard link, and then that way you can just copy and paste, instead of trying to go through the settings on the phone and then go into the invite and then clicking on. It's always easier just to save the link in a message to yourself or something, and then that way you just click, copy, paste it. Other than that, it's pretty easy after that. It's just not being able, unless you have somebody on panel that can read the comments.
Yeah.
It's because you're trying to have your eyes on the road, but I'm gonna be having my chat right next to the speedometer, so as soon as I look at the speedometer, I'm seeing the fucking chat, and when I drive, I'm looking at the speedometer every few seconds already. So it's gonna be a win-win for that. I think it's gonna work. I just wish there was a way that I could switch it back and forth from road cam to
Yeah.
back on me or whatever. It would be a better experience, but
Yeah.
everybody likes seeing the road, so yeah, you should do it. When are you doing it?
I'm leaving Tuesday morning. Because I've got to pack up. I've got to do some laundry and pack, but we're leaving on Tuesday morning. And then I thought about I could hotspot my phone and use my iPad, but I think it's going to take too much power from my phone. I don't know how that would work. So,
oh yeah, you got to have it plugged in for sure.
Yeah. I don't know. I might just do some more staring into the abyss on my drive up there.
How far of a drive is it?
Decompressing from this weekend.
Yeah. How far of a drive is it? Like 3 hours or something?
I think it's like 3.5. But see, I'm going with it's my daughter's spring break, so she and her boyfriend are going. We're all three going. We're bonding. This is her idea. We're bonding, and so which I wanted to get some footage of some places, and so but of course they're going to ride together. So I mean, we're all staying together, but I don't know, and I think it might be kind of really rural. I like to stay rural, but I'm not even sure if I can stream. I'm hoping I can one of those days or nights. So we'll see.
Yeah. Well, that'll be fun. If I don't know, because I was thinking about taking off Tuesday. I'm not sure. But if I'm not, I'll hop. If you do it, I'll hop on. I'll hop on panel if you want me to, and kind of help if you need help or whatever. Or
I need all the help I can get.
Help with comments and stuff like that. Because it really is. It's a lot easier when you have somebody else on panel with you when you are doing a trip, because really, it's almost like a moderator on your show in a way, because it's like, oh, hey, so Silky asked a question about this.
Yeah.
When you might have missed it just because you're, the comments don't show very much. So, yeah, let me know. I'll let you know. And
yeah, absolutely. If you go live tomorrow, I know I'll be listening. I don't know if I can. If you go live on the trip, I'll join at some point.
Well, maybe we could even, who knows, if I am leaving that day, maybe we could do like road trip together, where I'm going on my road trip, you're going on your road trip, and we fucking hang out together.
Yeah, that sounds like fun. Yeah. Oh my God. I don't know if the world is ready for that, CJ. You know how we are when
we're going this way. CJ's going this way. You're talking to us like we're going this way.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. That does sound fun.
I don't know. It does sound fun. It sounds a little bit. We need a disclaimer. Just put it up there right away. Disclaimer: CJ and Silky. You never know what's going to come up in conversation.
Yeah. I think it'll be sweet. And then have your camera on your road, and I'll have my camera on my road, and we can do like one of these things where it's like boom, boom.
Yeah.
You're seeing both of us. I think that'll be sweet. Maybe we should do that.
Maybe we should.
Are you leaving for sure Tuesday?
Absolutely, because I've got reservations for Tuesday and Wednesday night, so I have to go Tuesday.
What? Like around what time do you? You don't have to say exact. You can give me like.
No. I try to. My goal. This is my goal because it's a long drive, and I know how my daughter is. She's gonna have to stop and whine and whatever, and so I want to leave about 8. That's my goal. Whether I get out the door at 8, who knows? Because I want to get there, like, around lunchtime or a little after lunchtime, just because I don't know where I'm going. I have kind of a plan. Normally, when I travel and I have something, I have an itinerary. I set myself, okay, this long. You can be here this long, and I have it timed down. But this time, I don't know. It's like my brain is noodles. And I'm just like, well, I need to go here, and I don't really know where these places are. I'm going to ask somebody because they probably know. This is going to be like Silky driving around country roads like, what the heck? I think this is where this happened. I don't know.
Do me a favor because I wish I would have did this yesterday before I went down. Do me a favor. Go to your Google Maps on your phone.
Mm-hmm.
Download the area that you're going to be in, because even if you can't get a signal for directions, you will be able to get directions from that downloaded area. So, yeah, make sure you do that, please, because I totally didn't even think about it yesterday, and I wish I would have done it because things could have got crazy, and not even getting a signal for I had to drive 40 minutes away from the Stephen Smith location because I wasn't back on the same road that I came in when I was all done with getting all my footage. Because I even went out to Moselle property too.
Oh, really?
Just to see, it's so crazy too. I drove by Moselle and I could see the shed and the buildings where everything took place, and it was just like, whoa. But yeah, that's why it took longer, because when you get to Moselle, you're like, whoa, where in the fuck? And then you're trying to figure out which way you're going, and then you're trying to get a signal, so you're going this way, and you're hoping that eventually it turns into something so you can get back on the right road to get to the right direction. Yeah, it was just so yeah, make sure if you don't already, please do, for your own safety, download a good chunk. It'll take up a few hundred megabytes, but
Man, back in the day before GPS, I used to travel all over the country with just an atlas.
Yeah. Yeah, the
those
book.
Were the days. Yeah.
or the map quest that would always tell you to turn left where you needed to turn right.
Oh my God! Look, and sometimes GPS is wrong. Yes, and GPS is sometimes very wrong as well. I used to do home health, and I mean, I've had days where it would send me 30 miles in the opposite direction of where I was trying to go. So I don't even rely on that. I did good with an atlas.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's all you could do.
Yeah.
Thank God for Google Maps. Speed traps.
Yeah.
Speed traps. I love it. I love Google Maps, especially them speed traps. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to do that, Silky. I might just say fuck it and take off Tuesday and yeah, I think that'd be sweet having a side by side.
Yes, it would. That would be so much fun, and especially since I know where I'm going the first 2 hours. But after that, and the thing of it is the case that I'm going to cover. It's not like there are a couple of places like, yes, this is here, but the other places are like, this is an old case. So, they're like, okay, the roads really haven't changed, but it's like, it's about a mile down this road. And I'm like, I don't know. It's like a podunk road to start with. And I'm going to be like, okay, I don't know. I'm just going to be driving around. But I am I don't know if I'm going to wear my Alabama jacket. I might. The Vols, Tennessee and Alabama have a big rivalry, but I want to wear something where they know I'm from the South because, CJ, that is a big advantage. Even when you're traveling in other places, when they see, well, of course, I have an Alabama tag, so they'll just think, oh, stupid people from Alabama, but they're not going to hate me because I'm already Southern and I'm not going up north.
So what was? I don't know, Silky. Be careful. I mean, man, that makes me nervous when you say something's a mile away and you do a Google bird's eye or something. You know?
Well, the thing of it is the crime happened on a road. I know the point from which it started, but then they followed him down a road, and they're like, it was about a mile down this, little tiny road in the country that goes like this. And I'm like, all I can do is film and say, well, folks, somewhere we're about at the mile mark, so somewhere around here is where this happened. And then, some of the places like the hotels and the things that were big part of the story aren't there anymore. So I'm just going to be like, okay, well, it was about here, somewhere here.
Yeah, it'll
I think
look like
there's a
the healing
concrete
garden.
slab.
Yeah, it'll look like it was right over there in that grass patch.
I might just be full of crap. Yeah, right here, right in this spot is where this happened, and I'm like, I really don't know.
No, sure you can, because you can show the plot where it was at, and then show the photo of the building. You know.
Well, I think it's a concrete slab now, so
is it?
I think so.
Perspective is a huge thing, especially when you can go on location and see the perspective. It was like, like one of the footage I took for the Stephen Smith case was, when you're looking at the excuse me, when you're looking at the bird's eye view from where the car was to where his body was at, to where his dad lived, to where the farm was at, where the suspects were at after the crime was supposedly committed. It seems so huge on the map.
Yeah.
But literally one of the things I got down there was I also did a side view of where the car was at, and then the side view of showing everybody everything that was between the car and where he was at. But I also wanted to show it didn't take but a couple minutes driving to go that route. So even though it looks crazy huge on a map and you're like, damn, this is quite a distance from here to here, when you're actually there, it's like nothing. And some interesting things too, they talked about how he would have how he was supposedly walking at an angle through the woods. I'm sorry, I take you guys through the fucking woods to show you guys there's nobody walking in that shit. And they're not walking in a pair of fucking shorts, because I was out there in pants and a fucking hoodie in 80 some degrees fucking hot ass fucking weather, because I already knew that there was no way I could even walk to where I walked to without getting fucked up from the bush. In the brush, and it's so thick, and not to mention there's a fence, and then there's another fence beyond that fence. So to sit there and say that, that's one of the things of the footage I wanted to get, was to show you guys, okay, so you're telling me that this dude left his car here and then walked through this, and not only walked through this, but walked through this in a diagonal pattern.
I can't wait to see your footage.
You're not doing it. Yeah, I'll probably do something tomorrow or when I get back home into the studio. I to show a lot of it. The drone footage is going to be sweet because I did get some cool shots where I was right in front of the grave and kind of, zoomed and tilted back and kind of went up like that. And then another one was dropping from way down or from way up in the sky, having the camera face way down and then slowly dropping right to where the thing is. So
now I hope you also in that footage, CJ, you got yourself standing there flapping in the breeze.
No.
Come on now.
I forgot about that. Oh my gosh, I forgot.
Got to.
Let me write that down. I forgot I was gonna do like a in thought look with some wind blowing in my face. Let me see here. Let me write that down.
Yeah, I was like, okay, where's the intro? Where's the magnificent CJ? The panorama, exactly. The cinematic. You got to have the wind blowing. You got to have that. Yes, that serious look. Super sleuth. Yes, that exactly.
Should I do something like this?
Yes. Absolutely.
Even though I got a hat on, I'm gonna do this, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, even though I got a hat on.
Maybe one with CJ, after you shoot those, then do one with your arms crossed, stern, studious.
I was gonna say I could look like Chris McDonough going. Just kind of like, because he walks up on his videos like, something's wrong with me. I'm about to fall over. I feel like you look at him and it's like, dude, do you need to go to the hospital, man, real quick? Like, what's going on? Just check out his intro to his video. He's like, not having any fun whatsoever walking up on the camera.
Now, I think you should do like a Superman pose or I'm the boss kind of, I'm super sleuther, studious, arms crossed.
No, I'm not. I think it'd be cool though. Just do one of those cinematic behind.
Yes. Deep in contemplation.
Honestly, I wish I had a silk shirt because that would be the fucking shit, man.
Yeah.
Imagine that silk.
Yes.
The whole thing is just, it's like you got wings on you and shit. It's like,
yeah.
The collars.
Yeah.
Collars going like this.
Yeah. You have to. You have to, CJ.
I'd have to do that sometimes too, so y'all didn't see the nips. Do this.
That's why you cross your arms.
That's the bad thing about wearing silk as a dude, man.
Yeah, it's true.
Your nips will show sometimes. It's like, yo, what the fuck? It's not that kind of shirt.
What kind of show is this?
Yeah. Good thing they're not pierced,
Yeah, maybe you could just edit that part. Maybe blur the nips.
No, I'll just do what that, the Saturday, the Saturday Night Live chick, where whatever her name was.
I can't remember. Yeah, but I can't remember.
Go like this and go. Sorry. I don't remember what her name was. You guys know who I'm talking about.
I definitely think you should get that shot, CJ. Silk shirt. Hey, look, just don't spend a lot of money. Just go into a thrift store. Find you a nice silky shirt. Pay just a couple of bucks just for the look.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I guess I could.
Yeah.
I guess I could.
Yeah, I think you should.
You
never know how many more subscribers you'd get. They'll be like, who is that guy with the silk shirt flapping?
Yeah.
The
'Cause you're not a man until you have a medallion, you know. I'll have that. I'll get like a medallion here, you know. I'll ditch the cross, and we'll get like this big old fucking medallion hanging right here, and we'll open up the shirt, you know, and we'll
There
have the
you go.
medallion in the shirt, and then you got the fucking
Yeah, there you go. Look, the women are gonna go crazy. You'll have so many subscribers, CJ. I mean, like, look, that's pure gold.
No, because then they'll expect more, and I'm like, yo, it's not that kind of show. It's not that
That's
kind
just
of
to draw a man. That's just to draw a man.
Oh
You
shit!
can. Hey, you know what you can do? Like about silk shirts. Now, look, this is a female trick, and it's not like the hemorrhoid cream. Okay. So,
Oh, good. That's a good thing. We do not need to introduce more to that trick.
but no, you take Band-Aids. Put Band-Aids over the nips before you put the shirt on. Can't see a thing. It's a real thing, CJ.
For some reason, I feel like you'd be able to see the Band-Aids over, and then people would be like, "Damn, that dude's got a rectangle nipple." Right? He's got a rectangle nipple. And then if I put like a circle Band-Aid on, then people will be like, damn, look at the nips on that dude. You know what I mean? Like, who wants to go?
You put it on a little bit tight so it holds on there, okay? Look, trust me, it works.
What, like you make a taco out of your nip or something?
You just flatten it out because sometimes
blend it in?
Yeah. Because sometimes, I know this is not a problem that you have, but sometimes when you can't wear a bra, you know, because something is completely like off the shoulder or backless or whatever, and you can't, like, you just get out the Band-Aids, okay? Now they make like little things for that now, like little cups, and that's you know, that's technology. But but before in the day, CJ, you just had to do the Band-Aids. And it would work. It would work. You just strap them puppies in there.
Yeah, but
I think
I'm just seeing a rectangle nip, and I'm just like, yo, it just wouldn't be superstar. That's what. Yeah.
Okay, if you're not going to do the Band-Aids, just do it post-production. Just, you know, do a little bit of Photoshop right there. Just blur.
Yeah. I got a blue shirt, and right here it's like red or green. Right? It's just a quick edit, everybody. Don't worry about that.
Or in front of the Band-Aids.
Why is there 2 blurry spots on your shirt? See, it's just a quick edit. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Well, you know, the show is 18 and up, so, you know, look.
Always has been, yep.
And maybe you should just let the nips be free. You know, just free flowing.
No, that's OnlyFans, and we're not even doing that. You know, if it's free flowing, that's OnlyFans, and we ain't doing that. So.
Oh, okay.
No, we'll figure. I might just have to do the hoodie. I don't know. Polka dots.
No, you gotta have the silk.
Yeah. I could. Oh, you know what I could do? I could. Here's this. I could always go 90s boy band. I could always go like white tank top with the silk collared shirt opened up. So then when I am standing in the wind, you see the tank top, but you see the silk shirt flapping.
There you go. Almost like a cape. Almost like Superman.
I'm almost like putting my hands out. You know, I'm like putting my hands out, and you see the the tank top with the silk shirt flowing behind me, like.
That's right. Yeah. And I'm going to comment on there, eat your heart out, JLR.
Yeah, come interview me, UK documentary lady.
If you don't get a shot like this with the arms up and the shirt flapping, it's not even worth it if you don't.
You know, and I'll be like stomping my foot. Stomping my foot too, going, kind of giving it a little groove, you know. As
There
I'm
you
doing.
go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Shaking my head a little bit.
Just imagine how many subscribers. Like, look, nobody. Nobody is presenting true crime like this. Be the first.
I'm like, what the fuck is this? True crime blemishes? Like, what the fuck is the title of the show? Not true crime conversations, it's blemishes, because this is all dirty. Like, what the fuck is this shit? Get groovy.
Oh my god. There you go.
That'd be a good channel name for ladies who put on makeup while they're talking true crime. True crime blemishes, right?
There you go.
Oh, that's a good title for right? There you go, ladies.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever's gonna do true crime conversation while you're putting up makeup, call it true crime blemishes. Oof.
You know what? As a lady, I really do enjoy it. I love to watch Bailey Sarian. I love Bailey Sarian. And I was like, should I do that? A couple of years ago, I was thinking, should I do that? Because it does give you something to watch and learn, while you're listening to true crime. But the thing is I'm not going on camera without makeup. It's not happening. Because, I wash out so bad because I'm so pale. Like, without some enhancement, it'd be like, well, this started out as one woman. Who the crap is this?
Yeah.
That's Photoshop.
She ended up as Pennywise. Who the fuck is this, right? Or like the freaking the St. Patrick's Day picture you put in chat with the fucking orange beard and shit. I was like, oh my god, that's as bad as Pennywise. That shit's scary.
No. I went through my Facebook, CJ, and I am, next time we do a show together, like, when we do our weekly shows, when all the vacations get done, I have already got, like, I'm going to do a clip. It's got, like, I don't know, 8 or 9 pictures in there I told you I have a lot of looks. Now, I only did the scary ones. I didn't do, like, my nice ones. But yeah, I'm going to be interested in what you think about some of my costumes.
Oh, they're probably good because the Pennywise, jeez.
I've been everything. I've been the Mad Hatter. I've been.
That shit's crazy.
Yeah.
Well. Back. All right. Yeah.
There you go. See, you could start out like that and then, move into the groove.
No, I'm just going to stand there, arms open. I'm going to stomp my feet a little bit and I'm going to shake my head. That's it. I'm just going to keep stomping, holding my hands out. I might scream a little, just shake it a few times because I got to shake it off. I got all this energy. I got to shake it off, and we're just.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think it'll be cool. Yeah. Or I might just stand there and just.
I think you should have 2 versions. Okay. One intro. The intro is serious. That's you with the cinematic view. And then when the show is over, you have, the hands up and all that.
Should I do some shit like I'm walking towards the camera like I'm not enjoying it whatsoever and I feel like I need to go to the hospital? Seriously, y'all, look it up. Look at Chris McDonough's walk up into his camera when he starts the show. It's like, bro, are you sick? Do you need Pepto? Like, what's up? Like, what's going on?
See, I can't do a video like that of myself because I would trip and fall. I am extremely clumsy. I can just see myself walking forward and then boom, and hysterical laughing. They're like, "What are we watching here?"
Right.
It's the Stooges.
What topic is this?
Hold up the flag that says "Q crime."
Yeah, we just need to switch the thumbnail real quick, huh?
Oh my gosh, Kate. Oh no, I didn't see that. Oh well, whatever.
Whatever. Oh. Well, you know what they say. The ones that gotta brag because they're making up for a lack of something else. Because if you got it, you ain't gotta brag. That's all I'm saying. If you got it, you ain't gotta brag.
I agree 100%.
Just let your skills do the talking. I'm just saying.
That's what they say.
Got it, you ain't gotta brag. You know what
That's
I mean?
right.
And the ones that gotta brag, they it's making up for something that they're lacking. So it is what it is.
There you go.
Hey.
100%.
Yes, that is correct. Fake ass Sean Connery. Get the fuck out of here. You know? Yes, that is correct. Fake ass Sean Connery. Shit, with a little bit of Elliot Rodgers mixed in. I am a superb gentleman. Right?
Yeah.
Look at that beauty in that car window reflection.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah.
I don't think he'd be saying that if he's seen the picture that somebody put out there about because woo, that was a funny picture on Twitter.
What picture was that? I missed that picture.
You didn't see it?
Mm-mm.
Two people play wrestling in bed.
Oh, yes, I did. Yes, I did.
I was like, woo, I don't know if I'd be saying.
Yes, I did. I saw that. Where did I see that?
I don't know if I'd be saying you're such a supreme being.
Yeah.
Because I'm telling you, that shit looked funny as shit. And I'm like, yeah, that's pretty much what it's like.
Yeah.
But hey, I'm over here. And that's over there.
Yes. Yes.
Whatever floats your boat.
And I don't read Kay, I don't read posts. I don't watch other creators. I don't. When I first started, I did. I watched a lot of Julia and TCD and Crime Night. Those were my 3 go-tos. But for Delphi, but since then I do my own stuff and I don't read. I don't have time. You know, I don't have time. I barely have time to get myself together. I don't watch other creators. And it's not that I don't appreciate them, but I am certainly, if I'm going to have the time to go and watch another creator, it's going to be somebody that I really, really like. And I don't go to these channels that I don't like.
Yeah,
I ain't got time for that.
Our time is very limited because anytime that we do take away from our own show, that's what we're doing, is we're taking away from our own show.
Yes.
That's why I was getting so annoyed by the fucking fake bombs that kept coming out. It's like, yo, I used to come to your channel and I would take 30 minutes out of my day to really sit back and expect real journalism. You know what I'm saying? Expect real journalism. And it got to the point where I'm watching a half-hour video of somebody claiming to have bombs, but really it's the same shit. You're just going off of a video that was made 6 months ago. And it got to the point where I literally, because I could sit there and go, you guys, we already talked about this. This is not a bomb. It's different when you literally are like, okay, like, do I really have to fucking go to each video? And it got to a point where I was going, you think this is a bomb? Here's the link to this fucking live where we talked about it in March. You think this is the fucking bomb? Here's the link where we brought,
Yeah.
and it's a lot of with these other creators too that are coming out and they're just regurgitating shit from videos, that we put hard work into, us in the
Mhm.
community, and it's just sad. It's just really sad because we do take away time from our
Mhm.
own show because we want to learn more, because we want to even maybe explore something we didn't think of. And when you
Mhm.
do take 20 or 30 minutes away and you're left with shit that you're watching being regurgitated from your own meal,
Mhm.
and whoa, 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 and then you got people, hey, guess what? Did you hear so? It's like it I don't know, it just gets to a point where you're like, really? I took a half an hour out of my fucking night to watch this when I could have devoted
Yeah.
it to something else.
Mhm.
So you're very selective on the other people that you watch, and you're very selective on maybe what you're even looking for, because um, it might not even be on topic that you're going to be talking about. And it's another reason it would be nice to be able to be out and hanging out on all these other channels and their chats and
Mhm.
stuff like that. And it's not that I don't want to, it's because literally, you'll catch me here and there going and hanging out, but
Yeah.
really, as soon as I'm done on the show, I'm doing work
Yeah.
or I'm getting some sleep. So
See,
that's
and
the reason.
yeah, there are some creators that I do like, but I never catch their lives because I'm usually doing something. I'm busy, whatever. So I watch it on the replay, and I know a good amount of people watch mine on the replay, and that's fine.
Mhm.
You can't comment while you're in there, but whatever information they're sharing, I appreciate it. It's just like you're not going to see me in your live chat because I'm just busy,
Mhm. And
unless
it's
it's an odd
personal.
time. Yeah.
Nothing
Did you see?
personal.
Did you see Jackie Boss's comment? The very
Uh,
last one.
women's screech. Just no. Whatever.
No. CJ, you don't know. You don't know. They might. You put that.
I'm a superb gentleman.
There you go.
No.
Look. And look,
Here's
I'll get behind. Look, I'll be the first one, so that way, like I can, like lead the crowd. Hey, CJ.
but I don't know. I don't know. I guess. I mean, I'm not
Aw,
stupid. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you get invitations.
yeah,
It's you fucking understand. You know what I mean? But
yeah,
I'm not. Uh, I don't know. I just. Um.
yeah,
I just let the walking do the talking.
yeah.
I'm not one that I don't. I'm not or never. I'm not gonna say never, because there was a period of time where I was just a self-centered fucking prick. But I don't know. It's just hard to. I don't even like thinking about like shit like that. You know what I mean? Because it's not.
Yeah.
That's not. If I was about that, I'd probably not be on YouTube. you know, I'd be doing something else.
No,
I'd be doing
I know.
something
I feel the same way. I don't even answer those kind of emails or comments or whatever. I don't even, I just ignore them. But, uh, no, I'm messing with you, CJ. I'm messing with you.
No, it's fine. I'm
I
thinking
think
about.
you're turning a little pink.
I'm
You look a
just.
little pinker than you were.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the cockiness of some others, and it's just like, I don't know. It's funny. It
Oh, well,
is.
look, there are some
It's funny.
men that would love that. Like that's their end game. There are some. I know you're not one of those people, CJ. I do. I know that about you. I just thought it was really funny because, and then it got even funnier when you turned pink. So that was quite sweet.
Oh, whatever, Silky. You're making something out of nothing, blowing shit out of proportion, just
No, you're
like
a
a
little
woman,
bit.
blowing
You're a
it out of
little.
proportion.
You're a little bit pink, CJ. I'm not making that stuff up.
I mean, I don't know. It's just I've always, because I don't know, I've just always came from the world. Like, and maybe it's because I exist in this one. I'm just like, yo, I laugh at the people that have to brag, you know?
Yeah,
Because I'm like, all right, buddy, I feel sorry for you. You know what I mean? I'm sorry.
yeah.
Not everybody's, you know. Well, never mind. Uh,
No, I know what you mean. I do, and I mean certainly those kind of men are. I throw up a little bit in my mouth, especially with some of these creators who are. Oh God, I just can't. I just can't with them. It's like,
it's fun.
I couldn't even be on panel with them.
Yeah. Hey. No, but good for them. You know what I mean? It's always better to have a self-inflated something. No, I'm being serious. It's always better to have an inflated self-worth than not having any self-worth.
Well, that's true.
Yeah.
I don't know about inflated though. I mean, healthy. Healthy is okay. Inflated is, I don't know. I think that's just as bad, really. I mean,
Well, when you're telling people that the reason that people are upset with you, other content creators, is because they're just jealous of you, and because you have such a superb presentation, and you're like this gift to women, physically and visually. Um, no, bro, people are mad at you because you harass people and you're a fucking asshole. That's why
yeah,
they're mad at you.
yeah.
It has nothing to do with your superbness. Um, because I think if anybody comes across it, I don't know what you would look that is superb. But that's just I don't
Yeah,
know.
I don't know.
There's
I
just a reason for everything, and there's a reason why things are going that way over there, and it's because of how you approach.
I think for women, a lot of women, it is, and men, and sometimes for men too. It's the position of being in front of people. You know, it's like I don't know why they think that's such a prize because I mean I think don't you play the guitar or something, CJ?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
do a
I
lot of
thought
shit.
I thought I remembered you saying that like from way back.
Mhm.
But like you put a guy, this never ceases to amaze me. You can take even a really unattractive guy, put him on a stage with a guitar, and women go nuts.
Mhm.
And I'm like, but he's the same guy that was sitting in the audience that you wouldn't look twice at, you know?
Yeah.
But it's something about that being in front. And I mean, I know, which I've been on stages a lot in my life, and it's the same thing. It's like, you know, people are like, oh, and I'm thinking, buddy,
Mhm.
you don't know me.
Right. Yeah, it's like when you have people telling you that they love you.
Yeah,
Like no, not like, in a community way, but
right.
in a real fucking love way, and it's like, I understand because I'm on a camera, because
Mm-hmm.
I'm on a show, because you hear my end of the conversation, there's some kind of love connection, and I get it. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
because it does happen with what we do is there's some people that think that there's things that are there that really is just because we're on camera and because we're behind a
Right.
microphone and because
And yeah, and they feel like they know you, and it's like,
yeah.
I mean, I am pretty transparent. Even in real life, my friends have always said, stop with the Facebook. Now, I don't get into Facebook drama and stuff like that, but if I make a post of like got to work and realize my underwear is inside out, like to me that's not TMI. That's just a fact. It's just funny. I laughed, you laughed, let's all laugh. That's not a problem. But they're like TMI, TMI, and I'm like, no, because people think that they know me. And even though I'm completely myself on here as I am everywhere else, but at the same time you don't really know me, because you're like, oh yeah, Silky, oh. And I'm like, yeah, you don't know that I snore like a freight train. You don't know that my hair is standing every which direction, and I'm pretty much a Sasquatch when I get up. You don't know I get hangry. All these things. It's like, you see this persona. Yeah, this is me, but there's a lot to me that you don't know. You don't know that in my private, like, I have to decompress and I have to be away from people, like, completely. I don't want anybody around, and I'm not doing anything. I'm just decompressing. Leave me alone. This is my space. And if I don't have it, I'm a beast. And it's like you don't know me. You see the person that I am. I mean, it truly is who I am. But you can't love somebody, CJ, unless you know them.
Right.
I mean,
you gotta love the fact that I like the toilet paper to come off a certain way of the roll in the bathroom. You know what I mean? Yeah. You have to learn to love that before you can learn to love me.
Exactly.
The toilet
Exactly.
paper always got to come over the top. Always
yes.
got to come over the top.
Yes.
Never underneath. Just
right. I don't know.
So if gosh,
I agree.
Paper the same fucking. All right. You don't love me. You don't love me. You don't love me. What's up, man? You don't love me.
Yeah. I mean, but those are the things that you only get to know about somebody in real life, I mean, I'm not saying you can't learn a lot about somebody, but you learn facts. You don't, you don't learn those looks that you get sometimes when, you look across the room at somebody and you don't have to say a word. It's just like, I can't believe that just came out of your mouth. Those things. It's so much more. And, so I'm like, yeah, bless your heart. You don't know me.
Yeah, Sasquatch and snoring is
mm-hmm.
That's a scary combination.
Is.
That's a good T-shirt. Sasquatch and snores.
Yeah. I mean, really, it's true. I don't know why I snore, but apparently I don't hear myself. Well, I have woken myself up a few times, but I don't hear it. But, apparently it's a thing.
Yes, I want to wake up, and instead of hearing, you hear, hey, baby. Like, whoa, what?
Yeah. Yeah.
Do I smell pine needles?
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, shit. No chance.
Exactly.
What's up, Lynn? Thank you for hopping in. Appreciate you. I was just hanging out tonight. I was only gonna hang out for a couple hours, but we're like, fuck it.
Yeah, I know. Well, I worked a lot today, and I didn't think I would even be awake right now. But
oh yeah, that's right.
I'm good, but yeah. So y'all, when you decide to crush on somebody, Like, you really. I mean, look, it's true. You can crush on
Totally get it
somebody.
though. You know what I mean? Totally get it though, because
Yeah.
you are like, it is an intimate connection. You know, you are hearing our voices, and you are getting to know who we are, and things like that, even though you don't know how I like my toilet paper on the roller.
We do now.
Yeah, you do now. You know, it's totally understandable. You know, I get it. It's not
Yeah.
it's just something that comes with the genre.
Right. Well, you can be attracted to somebody, but to go as far as say, you know, I really love, I don't know. I mean, you can love somebody, their soul, their heart, you know, who you perceive them to be, but that's the thing, is you don't really know. Because I mean, I feel like you're genuine, I'm genuine, but a lot of creators are not. You know, there is a whole, and I would say maybe even a large percentage of creators or whatever, guitar players, whatever they are, they have a persona, and that's who you are so attracted to, and that's who you fell in love with. But you don't, you know, you don't know all of the other things, you know, the times that they're just discouraged, depressed, and whatever, and you know, you just see this almost like this one-sided thing. And yeah, you can be attracted to them, but you have to know that's, people are multifaceted, you know, and you have to, you know, I think that's why, you know, a lot of times, like, you know, I think about this, like many years ago, I tried online dating, like before my daughter was born. What's that?
Oh, nothing. I just thought of a song. Go ahead.
Oh, anyway, you know, I talked to this guy. We talked on the phone. We talked a lot for a couple of weeks, and we decided to meet. Look, he was everything that he was exactly himself, but there was like nothing there when we met in person. And it's kind of like that. Like, you don't know. You really don't know.
All right, sorry about that. Do you know what song it is?
Not really.
No? Does anybody know what song this is? Can you hear it? Here, let me turn it up. No?
Thank you, detective.
This is a shout out. Shout out! Shout out to that superb being we got. Shout out to that superb being that we are blessed with here on the YouTube platform.
Oh. You weren't going to sing it, CJ? You weren't going to sing it?
No. Why? I'll leave that up for somebody else. They like saying those words about themselves, you know?
Yeah.
Yes. You know what I mean. Yeah. Oh, what a leech.
Oh.
All right, everybody.
That was fun.
It was. I'm going to end the show with it, too. Fuck it, why not? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Too fucking sexy. I'm too motherfucking sexy. Shit. Good night, everybody. I appreciate you. We'll be back on tomorrow. Look for a dual trip stream for Tuesday.
Yeah.
with me and Silky. I think I'm gonna do that. I'll let you know tomorrow.
Okay.
When I look at my plans here coming up, I should be able to do Tuesday. I think it'll be cool. Where we could
Yeah,
do
sounds like fun. We always have a good time together.
yeah, for real. And thank you. Why didn't you sing it? Because I'm not gonna.
Because he is
I
too sexy for his shirt. He
don't
just
need to.
doesn't want to brag.
I don't need. I don't need to walk around and tell people that people are jealous because of uh, looks or whatever. Dude, I've been dealing with it since I was in fucking middle school. You know, all the hate from other dudes. It's not my fault your girlfriend came and talked to me, bro. Talk to her, not me.
It's your heart, CJ.
Not me.
It's much more than what somebody looks like. And I think when you're young, you don't realize that. You know, it's all about how somebody looks. But when you get older, it's all about their heart. And like, is this somebody that you want to be in your life? You know, so
Of course.
that kind of thing.
Of course. Yeah. So no, it's good. You know. But no. Like I said, if you got to brag about it, you obviously don't have it. So. Sorry.
Or you're just modest like CJ and he doesn't want to brag.
No, I used to be a fucking selfish, conceited fucking asshole prick that.
Really?
Oh yeah, there was of course. Of course there was a period of time where yeah. It was once I got to that point where it was about the PPP, the 150, trying to treat everybody else better than you would treat yourself kind of thing. That's when all this took over. But before that transformation, yeah, I was one of the cockiness just oozed out of my fucking pores. It was disgusting.
Really? I would have hated you.
Oh yeah.
You back then.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It's yeah. But it's that transformation, you know what I mean? It's
I like this version. I like this version of CJ.
Yeah.
I always hated guys like that. Oh my god, did I hate guys like that?
I don't know, for some reason when I was that way, there was a lot more love. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's crazy when you think about it.
No, I think like a lot of women are just attracted to.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of women are.
Yeah.
But I don't know why. I never was. But
oh, what's up, Deborah? 109. Thank you. We're just hanging out tonight, talking a bunch. We did have a very serious conversation in the beginning.
Yes.
Shout out to Kelly. Thank you for coming up and sharing that. And then we've just been kind of hanging back, talking, chit-chatting, having fun, hanging out on a Sunday night. So
yeah,
having laughs. Good stuff.
Absolutely.
But all right, everybody, I'm going to hop off and we'll be back tomorrow. We're going to go over more of your stuff that you've been sending me tomorrow night. And then look for a road trip stream coming up where you're going to hang out with me on the road. And I should be able to have like a panel thing set up too. I'm thinking I have it all in my head and it's working. But it all depends it all depends, just like on these trips, and hopefully you don't. I'm sure you'll run into your own issues when it comes to electronics, and it comes
I'm
to
sure.
time, and it comes to all these other things. Shit just loves to happen out of nowhere for no reason. So,
honestly, since I don't know what I'm doing, if I just hop on your panel, that would make it easier because then I can. Yeah. All I have to do is just have my camera to the road.
Yeah, we can do that. And then you'll be able to set it before or whatever with the dual thing, right? And then that way, whenever you are on the road, you could just, honestly, I'll probably be on the road before you, but I can't promise. but I'm thinking I'll be on the road before you will. So.
Well, when I go on a trip without my daughter, or the whole situation, I leave at dark 30 in the morning. I get on the road early, but
Yeah.
I'm just thinking with them, probably not going to happen. But I can jump in, stream, and I may not even stream to my channel. I might just hang out in yours.
Yeah, whatever. Whatever time. My drive's gonna be about 15 or so hours. So
Dang.
really, whenever you want to hop on, I'll be able, be ready and all that stuff. But if I don't, then I'll give you a heads up and let you know. But yeah, we'll go ahead and do that. That might be kind of cool. To have one of those. Hopefully it all works out. If not, no big deal, because technology. But yeah, we'll see you guys tomorrow night. Thank you for hanging out. Appreciate you. Definitely, again, check out the beginning of the show if you're just coming in, with Nina, Callie, and then Silky hopped on shortly after that, and we had a really good conversation.
We did.
A lot of stuff that needed to be talked about too.
Absolutely.
So thank you to her. Thank you, Silky. Appreciate you. Thank you, everybody in the community, for hanging out and hopping in this last minute live. And we'll see you here tomorrow. And coming up towards the end of the week, we'll be getting back into the daytime lives each morning, getting into a weekly show that Silky and I are going to have, getting back into my show with Rosie during the weekdays with the incel stuff and a lot of these other cases that are going on right now too. So we'll be back to that here soon. And then we'll have some other stuff coming up here in the near future for some other places and things like that too. So just want to say, yes, thank you. See you all tomorrow. Have a great night. Thank you all. Appreciate you. Thank you
Thanks
again.
for having me.
Thank you, Nina.
You for having me.
Please be safe, stay warm, and have a peaceful and positive evening. And I really do appreciate every single one of you. I really do. You guys mean the world to me. Good night. And you know what? We are going to end it a little bit with the do. But here's a little bit of this so we can hear it before we get that real cool outro music going. A little shout out to you supreme fucking gentleman. Shout out.
Good night, y'all.
Good night, everybody.
3746.